Right, hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. It's a pleasure to be back, I suppose. Today is my birthday and today we've got to watch Jerome. Jerome's hopping on a stream and you never know what to expect with young Jerome, do you? He might drop a bomb or he might be very nice and make some very nice price action for us. So it's been a bit of a wild one for me the past 24 hours. I've only got two baby trades open at the moment. One's Fartcoin and one's Bitcoin. Bitcoin just don't want to pay me. I'm actually quite annoyed because ETH's been going up and Bitcoin's been doing nothing. So we're stuck with that for now. But we have got the warm-up show, which is from now until basically half past the hour. I want to change this focus here on the camera. Be more like that. Perfect. Yeah, so we've got a warm show for 45 minutes and then it is time to watch the stream that'll come from Powell. That's how this will work out. So we've kind of got 45 minutes until then, but in about 15 minutes time the news is going to drop and the news is going to be interesting because we're going to watch the price of Bitcoin when the news drops, and then no doubt somebody in the chat's going to tell me what happened. My guess currently, if we're to look over at the rates, which I'm pretty sure we can do. Do I still have Discord loaded up here? Yeah, I do. Let's find where I've put the right page at the top of here. Where have I put it? I must be on a different tab. Let me just bring it up. Right, there we go. Fed rates tracker. There we go. I don't know why that. Normally I have one of these loaded up all the time. Anyway, as it stands, let's just put me to the bottom corner. There is only a 3.1% chance of a rate cut. So if a rate cut actually happens today, which the odds of a rate cut happening today are essentially zero. Like, it's very unlikely that we're going to get a rate cut. But if we do get a rate cut today, it's going to be amazing. I'm going to fire my whole account 100x long. I'm not even joking about that. If we got a rate cut today, I would legitimately do 100x long on my whole account size, and it'd be fantastic. Now my phone's playing Donald Trump for some reason. Anyway, that's what we're looking at. Things look like they're not really going to change. And to be honest, probably when the news comes out, it'll go down because it's Bitcoin. And if you want something good to happen, it normally doesn't until like a couple of days later. The good thing happens. It's just that everyone ignores the good thing and just starts dumping. So any kind of front running has probably already happened. The concern for me here is if I'm wrong, which there's every chance that I'm wrong. Bitcoin's been going sideways in this scatty range for ages. Let's remove all my lines off the screen here and we can kind of start again. But if things go sideways, then fantastic. Just seems kind of unlikely. I imagine that we finish this stream today either down here, oh, that'd be brutal, or up here. Either way, this comes to an end today because this has been the most boring, annoying, just terrible to trade period of time for the past 20 days now. We've been going sideways and it's been frustrating. It's been unpleasant. Can't make money from it. I mean, you can make money from it so long as you're continually taking profit on your trade, but it's this kind of chop in a market. It just drives traders insane because it's so difficult to trade. It's one of the reasons why with the $10,000 to $100,000 trading challenge, there's just not been a lot. Sure, Bitcoin is going sideways, and that's meant that we've taken a couple of good altcoin trades, and then I switched back over to Bitcoin. thinking, you know what, we're going to trade Bitcoin for the $10,000 to $100,000 challenge, and I've lost $1,000 again. And so today I was back at break even again. It's just been bang, 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 bang with all these like 10% up, no, 1% up, 1% down, 1% up, 1% down. It's just impossible, and I hate it. So fingers crossed we can change that today, and fingers crossed we can actually pump. This kind of, technically, you'd look, I don't know, there's a few different ways of looking at this, isn't there? Do tell me what you think. That's clearly a level of support, but we're kind of breaking back below it right now. It is such a difficult call at the moment because it'll be, if you're in a long, just be aware that you might get forced into closing that long position. The way it's shaping up, it's certainly shaping up like it is going to try and force you to close your position. I'm going to hold on to it for 5 or 10 more minutes. We'll wait for the news to come out and just see what it does. Really, we should be taking a short position into this, if I'm honest. The way that I'd expect it to play out, because we're not going to get a rate cut. And my great fear with this is that I asked the chat the other day on the stream, what do we think is going to happen? And the answer was like 40-60. Only 60% of people thought we were going to have a rate cut, which is insane. I'm actually going to put another poll in the chat. Rate cut today. And I want you to answer this truthfully. Don't just put yes. Today, like, you put yes or no. There you go. Yes or no. Rate cut today. Let's see what it comes out at, because it'll give us, if everyone answers what they actually think is going to happen, then if the answer is predominantly yes, then we know the market will dump, because the likelihood is probably not. I'm fat on pump. They're buying 300k a day. Yeah, I mean, the pump fund thing, it will come good. What's the price out at the moment? I keep trying to buy it and then getting stopped out. But pump will do well, like, because their token model is just constantly buying back. So I'm quite excited about pump. I think that pump will do well. I think it's had its initial sell off. To be fair, we could just slam in 10k and just to wet the whistle. I quite like it. BlackRock confirmed, guaranteed. On pump, so currently the chats, the thing is, the rate cut today poll has now got 73 votes in it, and 81% of people have said no, which means that 19% said yes, which again probably means that we dump if we don't get a rate cut. If we do get a rate cut, you better slam in a huge Bitcoin position immediately, because this thing will just go to 150k in a single candle, and it will be the most glorious thing that you've seen in years. We need to be at the ready here. You need to have your money ready to fire off. I'm ready to go. Are you? If you're not ready to go, quickly make an account on Blowfin. You'll find a link for it at the top of today's video description. Blowfin is the exchange that we're doing the trading challenge on, $10,000 to $100,000. And if you want to join that challenge, again, all you need to do is join Crypto Saving. We've muted again. Sorry. I need to stop pressing that button on the top of the microphone. You'll find that comes in useful later when Jerome's speaking and I press the top of the microphone. Anyway, I've logged in now. So if you... Anyway, code. You all know the game at this point. it's 80% off. It makes it £20 a month if you use the code in today's video description when you're signing up. And also you get access to the Discord, of which I place all of the trades and show everybody immediately when I'm doing something. And like this morning when I said, the market looks like ass. What a battle of a day, or Spud's birthday, or it's my birthday. There's not been a lot going on the past few days because there's not been a lot of trades that I can reliably take that I know are going to pay off. But the next time I take one, it's going to go straight in there as soon as I do. Because again, the trades that I'm placing for this challenge are not like risky trades from my perspective. I take them because I'm pretty confident of the payout. But yeah, just to quickly show you this, if we go to, there's lots of trading courses, but I wanted to show you the blockchain development ones. You want to learn development? Take your blockchain development courses. You want to learn about front-end development? There's 4 courses on that. You want to get crypto community. As I say, this here, how to become a community manager, you can't see it because I'm behind it, but that course there, most profitable course ever, because the amount of people that have gone full-time crypto from just taking that course is insane. But yeah, without shilling too hard, let's go back to the prices here because we've only got 6 minutes to go until the rate drop. The announcement and everything is going to be fantastic, isn't it? So yeah, apologies, I keep touching the top of the microphone. I probably should put a sticker over it or some barbed wire or something so I stop just accidentally pressing the top of the microphone. So silently promoting CSE, yes. But do drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. We've got 49 likes already and 235 people are watching right now. How do we get access to the Discord channel? You join the Saving Expert group, and then for me, like, it's my community. So inside there is where you get access to everything. I do have a free community as well. I'm just not that active in it. I'm active in the one that's paid because that's why the people pay for me to be active. It doesn't cost a lot of money, to be fair, for my time and experience and everything. It's cheap because it's not just me that you're getting access to. You're getting access to a community of people, and you're also getting access to the educators within the community, of which there are many very educated and smart people that work for me within there that are there and available to assist with your questions and everything like that. We've had quite a lot of signups, not hundreds, but quite a lot of signups for it recently. So it's very kind of buzzy in there and a lot of new people are around. So that's quite nice. So how do we, where can we see the numbers the second they are released? Twitter. Generally and genuinely, within 1 second of them being released, they will be on Walter Bloomberg's feed. So I'm just going to load up Walter Bloomberg right now, and because he will post it immediately. That's Delta One on Twitter. And then, Issa, if you're watching this, prepare me a tweet for my Twitter account, and then you can slam that out at the same time. So Trump is negotiating with India right now. Powell is always too late, even if he does it today. Powell is too late, Powell. Just look at this for a feed. This is Trump, like, just saying stuff all day. Powell probably won't lower rates today from Trump. Keeping interest rates high is hurting people, says Trump. We should lower rates, says Trump. High interest rates hurting people trying to buy houses, says Trump. All because of the Fed. Here, Fed will cut rates in September, says Trump. And that's kind of what I'm expecting. I'm not really expecting like a big rate cut today. I don't think it seems that realistic. But the thing is, we're at 25.75, which probably means that we dump. That's my thoughts, is the way it's shaping up right now, we probably dump, because still 25% of people out there are unable to read the most easy to read statistic on earth, which is one of these says 96.9 and the other one says 3.1. So that's what it should be coming out at. And the fact that it's not that is crazy. We've only got 3 minutes left to say, so let's just give the final updates here. Trump says he's negotiating with India. BRICS is an attack on the dollar, which it is. That is true. That's 100% true. And we'll see what happens with India. Trump, you'll know at the end of this week. So apparently they're negotiating something with India right now. So that's potentially good news, I suppose. I've not muted my microphone again. I know I've not muted it again. I can see the green on the top of it. Yes, we're not muted again. You're just behind on the stream. It's very easy if Powell got a blue tie short, it's purple long. 100% accurate 100% of the time. Well, Rick, we'll keep an eye on that. I will make a note of what colour Jerome Powell's tie is. Let me just make a note of that. Jerome Powell tie. what did you say it was? Purple, long, and blue, short. Right, we don't have long now. We don't have long. We have got really not long. How much? We've got about, I mean, a matter of seconds, to be honest. Nearly less than 60, 90 seconds left. 90 seconds before the rate drop. 90 seconds, not long. Powell has resigned. 0.25% rate cut will be his final official declaration. Besant to take over Monday, the 4th of August. Christ, David, that'd be one hell of a pump, wouldn't it? That'd be like amazing. That'd be fantastic. I'm actually really looking forward to hearing from Jerome because I think he's going to have some sass today. I think he's going to come out of the gates full of sass, just pulling all the triggers on every gun going. I think he's going to be like present and angry and fiery and fun. I'm expecting some volatility, though we don't have long. 45 seconds. Only now 40 seconds to go until the news drops. What is going to happen? You'll find out here first. I mean, to be honest, you'll find out by looking at the Bitcoin chart first, and then after about 10 or 15 seconds, I'll be able to then feed you what actually has happened. So, yes. Let me just... Where did I put the Grok feed? Not Grok feed. Oh, I'll just bring it up on a different tab. Bloomberg. Just want to get his feed up here. Bloomberg. Here we go. Right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what's going to happen? Here we go. Watch this. Come on. Unless I'm like really early and I've got my time zones wrong. That'd also be quite, I mean, there we go. Right, so Fed leaves the rates unchanged. There we go. Boom. Didn't kind of expected that. But this is what's going to happen now. We're going to rally. We're going to pump like crazy. I might even take a small ETH long. Nothing crazy. This could end up being a really bad idea, by the way, so don't just like FOMO in like I'm doing here. I'm just doing it because like it makes the stream certainly more entertaining if there's a bit more money on the line. We've got 4 trades open right now. Nothing crazy. This pump fund trade, though, is starting to come good, isn't it? I might add another 10k into that. We've got 20k into it now. The Bitcoin trade is just doing nothing, really. So that was it. Basically, nothing is happening and nothing is changing. But as I say, the core is going to be well, interest. Oh, don't do this to me. No. I don't want to lose more money. We did a terrible job yesterday, and a terrible job today, and a terrible job the day before. It's been quite a difficult market for trading. Oh yeah, and that button I just pressed on Ethereum, that's just cost me another grand. Great, but we're sticking this out. We're going to have some volatility here. So naturally, the market's going to do what it's going to do. I shouldn't have FOMO'd into that position, should I? But it certainly makes things more entertaining. Don't ever tell me that I don't try. Christ. No. Not again. Please, no. Just the other way. Oh, dear. Right. Do I get out? I'm not getting out. No. We're staying. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. Should have placed the short position, but didn't. Got carried away. Placed the breakout on the long position. Oh my god, what an idiot. Everyone comment idiot in the chat. We don't have long to wait anyway. So, rate cut today. The 73% of you in the chat was correct. So, and also I was actually correct if I just followed what I was saying here. It was a short. The question is, we should be thinking about longing at some point. More a question of where do we pick to go long. So, yeah. Oh dear. It's all melting away. All the gains, they're all gone. I or in a grand profit for like 1 second. The Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged, 4.25 to 4.5% today, July 30th, 2025. Read the official FOMC statement here. Don't know what's going on with the stream though, because for whatever reason it says that like 400 people just tuned out, but we've got 341 people watching the stream right now, watching me. This is just chop, and I hate chop. I'm not sticking this out. I just lost $3 in like 10 seconds. This is not pleasant, is it? Literally, how long has that been? Right, place the trade there, and it's been approximately 2 minutes and 54 seconds to lose $2.5 grand. Plus that one, $6 down in fucking 3 minutes. Oh well, it'll loop back around though. I'm telling you, it's aggressive. We're not taking the loss here. Like we will loop. When you get these big spikes, you can do nothing but ignore it. And naturally, we'd probably, by the time of the meeting, be coming back up to this level. It's just I could have got a much better entry, but I'm not doubling the size of my trade. I'm happy with the sizing. And I kind of believe that by the end of the meeting, to be honest, we'll be making a big fat pump. This is the very, very high volume time. So if you don't already have an account, check out Bluffin. You'll find a link to Bluffin in today's video description. And you too can get an account, and you too can do what I'm doing here. And you can even join the trading challenge if you fancy it. $10,000 to $100,000. Just put 10k in your account, or put 1k in your account if you can't afford 10k, and just join me on the challenge. We're going to try and do 100x on the account. So if you put in 1k, that's 100k. If you do everything the same size as me by proportion. We are pumping back to the upside here, which is quite nice to see. Kind of turns the sweatiness off for me a little bit now. Yeah, no rate cut, resume the bull run. I hope so. I really do hope so. That'd be really nice. Don't trade during that. No, Kevin, do you know nothing? Have you learned nothing? You should always trade during an FOMC meeting. Just don't trade with a lot of money. If you trade with a lot of money, then you're asking for trouble. But with these size trades, like being realistic, we're not going to make a lot. We're not going to lose a lot. It'll just be kind of entertaining. So kind of fun. But do check out the links in today's video description as well. Got a lovely link down there for Crypto Saving Expert. Another lovely link down there for Stonksy. Stonksy, by the way, we'll see how Stonksy's been getting on so far today. People often ask me about Stonksy because, to be fair, I genuinely believe it is the best trading tool out there on the market. I don't think there's a better trading tool than Stonksy. I'm biased, naturally, but we'll add the newest version of Stonksy to this chart, which is Stonksy 8, and we'll switch it over to the 4-hour. We look at Bitcoin, no, we look at Ethereum on here on the 4-hour. So ETH, it caught that whole run upwards on the 4-hour. But what we want to see is how is it performing on these lower time frames. And I don't know, I've not checked this pre-coming onto stream. I just know that it's generally pretty accurate at predicting things. And again, it called it perfectly there. Takes the short position before the pump upwards, takes it to the downside. Boom. If only I'd been listening. I wonder how it's been doing on Bitcoin as well. If you look at Bitcoin here, there you go. Boom. It's just doing amazing. You can see where the red is on the screen, shorting it downwards. It's doing a great job, is Stonksy. You can even set this up on your own trading view and run it against an algorithm which trades it for you. But that is, to be fair, the 3 minutes a little bit too frequent for you to be running an algorithm on it because you might get eaten up by fees. Did take a short position. It's still in that short position earlier today. So Stonksy is thinking that on the 5 minutes, certainly the market's probably going to be heading to the downside. So far, it is actually... I know it doesn't look like it, but it's basically at break even. It opens the trade here at 117,652, makes you sweat, but it's still holding it. It knows. It knows. It's not stupid, but it should close it, in my opinion. But I might be wrong here. On the 10-minute chart, currently Stonksy is in a long position, so it actually thinks, oh no, it's closing that. It's closed that and take the loss. But in general, like you're always better off taking these losses. Not every trade pays out. It's true. Like it is correct there, it just doesn't take the profit in time. Just as much as it's correct here and it doesn't take the profit in time, but then it goes short and it makes a nice short position, makes a lovely long position, but it's just one of the things that on an average basis, if you do what it does, it makes money, which is the nice simple part about it. It's not like Market Cipher in the same way as Market Cipher gives you kind of general market momentum. This has already got that coded into it. What this does is basically say, this is now bullish and this is now bearish. And if you want to trade it, then you can trade it. So we've not got long now until the Jerome Powell lights up the internet with a live stream. And at that point in time, I'm going to go quiet and let him speak, unless he's being boring, at which point I might choose to interrupt him. But the best part about Jerome Powell and his little speeches is the questions. So make sure you stay tuned for the questions part, because that's where the real meat and potatoes happen. Jerome normally starts out with a 10-minute speech about how much he hates Donald Trump and the economy. And he's really generally very boring in his speeches, but you really get the meat and potatoes when he starts getting asked the questions. So we'll probably listen to most of the questions and then come back to Bitcoin price in a bit. Do you think Jerome Powell, when rate cut? I mean, there's not going to be a rate cut today. The pump music is in the background, therefore let's pump, 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 says James. I mean, that would be great, yeah. Ethereum has been okay to trade in and out. It's been sticking to trend lines pretty good. Yeah, it has. It's been so ETH has been good to trade in terms of like the reliability of it getting rejected at certain spots, such as when it gets to these levels here, like in that range, you know that it's going to get rejected off it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 rejections off it. But the problem is, if you're one of those people that can't take a 0.5% profit, you're going to struggle trading this. This is a difficult market to trade. So I actually want to go and get a drink as well. We're probably going to head back up, to where my entry is in a second. But I'm going to go get a drink, and then we will continue the stream. Don't forget, if you're not already, do slap a like on the video. I'd really appreciate that. We've already had the flush out now. Everyone has got those bearish bones out of their body, and now we're coming back to the upside on ETH. Let's check in over on Bitcoin, see if Bitcoin's doing the same thing. That's nice to see, especially if you're me. Kind of reduces the heart rate just a little bit. Not like we've got a lot of money on the line here, but certainly do love to see it when it's going upwards. And yeah, I shouldn't clap. I must remember not to clap because headphone people. Sorry about that. Right, I'm just going to go get a bottle of water and I'll be back. And I might go for a pee at the same time. So I'm going to be about 30 seconds. Please don't leave. And if you also need a bottle of water, go grab one now. Right, we're back. And the mother of all pumps is going to start. We've just got to believe a little bit harder. My Fartcoin trade's doing pretty well. Fartcoin's up. I wanted to take a new long position over on SUI again. I keep trying. Well, we're going to keep just a quick eye, a small eye on SUI, because I really think that SUI is due a pump. SUI's been lost quite some significant value. If we go top to bottom here, 17% in 2 days is huge. And I've been keeping an eye on it because if you get a 10% pump on SUI with a $300,000 trade, that's 30 grand in your pocket, is that? And a 10% pump on SUI from these levels would mean that we need the price to increase back up to here, which, if you're looking at this chart previously, like you kind of expect it to happen. Tomo, we're doing the Rolex draw when I post the video. I've done the draw. I just need to post the video. So it's in a video, but the draw is done. But it's my birthday, so leave me alone. I didn't want to go to the effort of sitting down and editing and everything today. I just wanted to chill out a little bit. So I've still done work and everything today. I've been calls non-stop, business booming, everything like that. It's busy. Market's busy at the moment with people, and that's another thing that gives me a lot of bullish confidence, because like for Ethereum, as soon as it cracks this level here, yeah, the market's busy, but as soon as it cracks that, boom, we're off to the races again. It's we're in very much an incredibly bullish formation right now on ETH, so I quite like the look of it. But yeah, don't forget, if you are interested in trading, check out the link for Blowfin in today's video description. You can use Blowfin from the UK, US, Europe, anywhere. Just use a VPN at the same time, and it's not an issue. You can even get a mobile phone app, but if you use the link in today's video description, we are giving away 2 iPhones. So if you want to get an iPhone and you're a pretty decent volume trader, it's not that difficult. You just need to do, they extended it for 2 weeks. So you've got 2 weeks to do $5 million worth of volume on the link in today's video description. So you make an account on that link. And if you do $5 million worth of volume in the next 2 weeks, then, which is not difficult to do. Like if you think about what I'm doing here, I'm opening a trade for 275,000, 500 whatever thousand. So between all of this is $1 million worth of, no, more than a million. So you've got 1 million because it's open and close. So 1 million, half a million. So all you'd need to do literally is go and open like the trades that I've got open here and then close them, and then they'll send you enough money to go buy an iPhone. It's that simple. It just works on the video description link, and only on that link. We are coming back down a little bit here. It kind of looks like all these violent candles. But it's going to be very fascinating when Jerome starts speaking, isn't it? We've only got 15 minutes to go now. So we will be getting ready for that in not too long. I'm just going to start setting it up on the other screen quite shortly. But if you wouldn't mind, do drop a like on the stream. I'd appreciate it. We've got 102 likes right now. And hi, TMG. Are you from Birmingham? No, I'm not. I'm from Halifax. Happy birthday, Cheeky Chops. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. You don't need to send £10, though. I appreciate it. My fridge is the same distance away, perfectly in sync, getting a drink. Yeah. I got a nice bottle of water. But I do have a slush machine on my worktop at the moment, and my slush machine's been going all day, and it's made some very cold slush. Today, I put some Japanese Vimto in my slush machine, and it turns your tongue blue. I don't know if my tongue's still blue, but it definitely does turn your tongue blue, does that stuff. Chilling with Jerome Powell on your birthday, that's everyone's dream. I mean, we're all chilling with Jerome Powell on my birthday. The facts. It's a horrible place, is Halifax. It's gone downhill since I was younger. It's sad, the decline of the north of England. It's just sad. You go there and there's just no money there. Like, I'd love to do a shop or something like that there, but there's just no point. There's just no point trying to build businesses in these places. You try and put a shop, but there's no footfall because the council charges way too much money for parking, and in Yorkshire everyone's tight, so everyone only wants to park in Sainsbury's car park, and then Sainsbury's car park limits you to 2 hours or you'll get like a £200 fine. So these councils do it to themselves. They wonder, why is no one coming to the town centre? Well, maybe don't charge for parking. In the north of England, where everyone's tight and everyone considers 90p for parking to be expensive, just don't charge. Is it worth killing all the shops in the town centre when you'd make so much more revenue as a council in council tax from all of the decreased vacancies and increased amount of tenancies in the town centre? It just makes no sense. But that's British government for you. They don't understand that maybe you should just drop rents. Because again, the council owns so many of these buildings. Just drop the rents on the buildings, give them a year's free council tax, stimulate the economy. They don't do it, though. They just leave them all empty and derelict, and homeless people just sleep outside them and poo on the pavement. So why did we leave England? Crime, mainly, but yeah, everyone parks in Sainsbury's car park in Halifax. Even I park in Sainsbury's car park in Halifax. And if you're going over to North Bridge and you park next door, you've got to pay like £2.50. So why would you park at North Bridge when you park in Sainsbury's? It makes no sense. If Powell resigns today on the live TV, will the market like it? And yes, the market would go up in a straight line. But Jerome will not resign today. Like, Just again, picture it from Jerome's perspective right now. Trump has been doing nothing recently apart from being mean to Jerome Powell. So if you're Jerome Powell and the president of the United States, who has zero control over you, you can do whatever you want as long as it's not illegal, and he can't stop you from doing that. Would you A, support what the president is doing, or B, do something to annoy the president? Because if it's me, I'd probably just continue to wind him up and not cut rates, just because he called me too slow, Powell. Well, I'll be too slow. At the end of the day, you've got to remember, Powell, what's it called? Trump did just get an absolute slam dunk on Europe with the tariffs that he's put on Europe. So Europe's got a 15% tariff on it, and Europe will tariff the US zero. Europe has to buy X amount of US cars. They have to spend a lot of money on US energy. And in return, America has to do nothing for Europe. It's an absolute slam dunk that Trump has negotiated with Europe. But it's also, you got to remember, at the expense of Americans, because now your Volkswagen cars have gone up 15% in price. Now your Mercedes-Benz has gone up 15%. Your Porsche cars, like your GT3 RS, has gone up 15% in price, which I guess in turn will rise the secondary market value of all these cars if it increases that. So I guess you could argue it could create some cash in the economy, because it will mean that the second-hand car market really starts booming again, because the price of these brand new cars will start increasing again, and 15% overnight on all car manufacturers from Europe. It will cause the prices to rise on the secondary market. That's inevitable. You got to ask yourself, how does everything fit into the bigger picture here? And well, Trump, he did a good job on that one. To be fair to him, did a good job. Benefited America. He did exactly what it's not good for Europe. Europeans won't like it, but at the end of the day, you elect your politicians, and it's their job to negotiate a deal, and they didn't do that. They just went with whatever Trump wrote down. When really they should have put the foot in and said, no deal. But that would have caused a market collapse in Europe, and it would have caused a market collapse in America. And with everything being so delicate with debt at the moment, it's very unlikely that you would see Europe saying no deal. They would just kind of go along with everything that Trump wanted. So it's interesting for sure. But don't forget, do slap a like on the video. And if you're not already subscribed to the channel and you want to comment in the chat, you can do that. Join in with the chat. I'm here, I'm reading the chat. So do subscribe. And then when you've subscribed, you gain access to the chat. And then you can get involved. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, Curtis. In Leeds, I couldn't agree more. It's all pedestrianised. Exactly. And to get there, you've got to park. And in Leeds, what you're going to do, you're going to park in an NCP car park. Why? What? I have been fined for driving through an NCP car park. I didn't park. I went through it because I decided that I don't want to park in here. So I went in and then I went out. I didn't park. I was there for less than 60 seconds, and I get a letter in the post with a £100 fine on it. It's mental. It's just mental. And you can either argue it with them, of which they will never relent, and they'll take you to court over it. And that's the most ridiculous thing. So you just have to pay. It's like this gang racket of car parks that are suffocating town centres in England. Halifax is miles from Birmingham. Sorry about my ignorance. I mean, this is not that far, to be fair. It's an hour's drive. The only guy that works properly and thinks about outcome is at the outcomes of his decisions. Mercedes prices are the same. They did cut their profit to avoid that. They can only do that for so long because of inflation on car parts. Like it will eat into the bottom line. It will. It'll cause price increases on the secondary market. Even if it's speculative, it'll cause it. It's inevitable. You can't put the price of something up 15% without... Sure, the manufacturer can absorb some of it, but they will pass that cost on eventually to the consumer. Ursula von der Leyen folded like a cheap suit. I guess that's some European Parliament woman. I can assure you if Nigel Farage was in the European Parliament, he'd definitely have something to say about it. Probably wouldn't have been of any use because I don't think he's got much sway in the European Parliament. Yeah. But I actually think he might win the next general election in the UK. So basically the UK is going to get its own version of Trump. It'd be interesting. It'd be very, very interesting to see what happens. AVAX is looking amazing for a long. Took one at 23.16. The whole market looks pretty buoyant. Like, pretty buoyant. We're not that far away now. We've only got 7 minutes to go until Powell boots up his stream, and then we can start listening into what he's got to say. Am I younger than... Yes, of course I'm younger than Superman. When Superman was like 30, I was like 16. Superman's got to be like 50 by now. I'm 29, so Superman is... he's got to be older than me. There's no way that Superman's 29 years old. No, no, he sounds like he might be 14 with the sound of his voice. It sounds like his balls are just dropping, but no, I'm... Sorry. I don't have anything against the fella. I mean, he's good for crypto at the end of the day. He's most people's first crypto YouTuber, isn't he? Used to be BitBoy, but he's gone insane and now he's in prison. Shall I bring up the photo of BitBoy? BitBoy, what's he called? Prison. Is that it? Here we go. No, I don't like that. That's not nice. That article. There we go. Right, this is it. This is my good old friend BitBoy. And I miss him. I do miss him. And I'm worried about him looking at this. It's concerning when you see this, like, that's BitBoy now. This is you got to bear in mind, this guy, crypto is his whole life, and he can't see what's going on unless he's got some kind of prison phone. He can't see anything, and now the market's pumping. He's in jail, so someone stole all his money. He looks unwell, and I believe that actually he's not in jail anymore. I believe he's in a mental institution. Because I was going to go visit him, and they were like, "Oh, you can't." So I have inquired because I would like to go and visit him just to see how he's getting on. I'll help him when he gets out. Hopefully he gets out and he's still there. It concerns me a little bit that when he gets out he won't be there. I think he might be on a different planet. Yeah, he's in an institution. He's been institutionalized. He's not in the jail anymore. He's fully lost it. The understanding that I have at the moment is that he's pleading insanity, and bear in mind, he's pleading insanity to harassing a judge. That is one strange defense. Could you say sorry? You don't need to plead insanity. But the other sad thing is he's looking like 12 years, to my understanding. 12 years is a long time, especially for a 40-year-old man. And especially as a 40-year-old man from crypto, 12 years is a long time, especially because he didn't do anything. Everyone was kind of not taking it seriously. And then the government's come in and they're like, for me, I might see if I can get in touch with Trump and see if I can get him a pardon, because it would be good if he got a pardon. But maybe keep him in the institution until he's a bit better, because he is the kind of guy that would rock up to a guy's house with a gun, because he already did that. So an actual BitBoy version that's actually lost his mind sounds dangerous. But I wish him well. It's a sad situation. What's your opinion on prop firms? I was looking to take a challenge. I have a generally positive opinion on prop firms, but the legitimate ones. I have a referral link, I think, for one. Let me just check. I might actually be able to get you a deal. Let's have a look. Here we go. I also need to load up this Powell stream. I'll try and get one. I'll try and get a prop firm link for the next stream, because it'll get you a discount of what it actually costs. If you can do it, great. Most people are not actually able to fill out the full thing. But if you can get a prop firm discount, it's worth it, because odds are you're going to fail the first test, so you may as well throw slightly less money away. Let's have a look here. That's how the prop firm makes money. If you think, like, if you're doing a challenge, it's $1,000 to enter the challenge, and you get funded $100,000 at the end of it, then for the prop firm to turn a profit, 115 people must fail, and one person can succeed. So that's how prop firms make money. But let me get the Fed Live up here. Fed Live. And this is the exciting part where JP is going to pop up, and he's going to... Well, we're going to learn something, aren't we? And I can probably, if I pull that out there, and I add a window here. The stream might look funny for a second, but it'll work better doing it this way. Let's have a look. And then add a screen capture. Here we go. Oh, sorry about that. And then what we're looking for here is a window capture. You get to see my my Photoshop thing. Let me just pull this back a little bit so it's not in the way. Nope, it's still there. Let's go one more. There we go. No, one more. There we go. All right, I'll just sort this out in the meantime. There we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Gosh. So we can have Bitcoin on the same. Should we put him up there? And how do I do volume on this? Volume? It's silence at the moment. What happens if I press that? Right, he's coming.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer-run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. For the time being, we're well positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to wrap up any modifications by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Chair Powell. There's a lot of lean in the markets, and not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
So, as you know, today we decided to leave our policy rate where it's been, where I would characterize as modestly restrictive. Inflation is running a bit above 2%, as I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects. The labor market's solid, historically low unemployment. Financial conditions are accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back inappropriately. So it seems to me and to almost the whole committee that the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate. All that said, there's also downside risk to the labor market. In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
So just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of jobs and inflation data between now and the September meeting? is that potentially adequate to make a decision to lower rates at that point?
So you're right, we do have, this is an intermeeting period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment and inflation data before the time of the September meeting. We have made no decisions about September. We don't do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took out the word or the notion that uncertainty has diminished from this statement. Does that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with large trading partners where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
So essentially, the statement in our statement about uncertainty reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is, say again?
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea of what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right, it's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations, and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge, but it feels like there's much more to come, as well, looking ahead.
Neil.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Neil Irwin with Axios. This morning we got a GDP report in which final domestic private purchases decelerated, slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures. Are those not signs that monetary policy is a little too restrictive right now, given current economic conditions?
So the GDP and PDFP numbers came in pretty much right where we expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, economic activity data, GDP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrower but better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see a slowing in job creation, but also a slowing in the supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance, albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable, which is why I said we do see downside risk in the labor market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid. Inflation is above target, and even if you look through the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target, and that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance, the fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So we of course, will be watching that carefully.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument were most compelling to you and how you're weighing their views against those on the committee who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on the dissents, what you want from everybody and also from a dissenter is a clear explanation of what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the sort of the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance of policy for now. But we had two dissenters who I think, you want that clear thinking and expression of your thinking, and we certainly had that today, I think all around the table. In terms of, you asked about the June SEP, I wouldn't, you're right, that's what it says, and that may well, I couldn't point to it 6 weeks later as expressing people's thought. You really can't do that. We don't run an SEP, and I don't like to substitute in my own estimate of what the SEP might be. We don't have one. So I'll just say that, we haven't made any decisions about September, monitoring all the incoming data and asking ourselves whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market? So
let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive even. We're going to be at some point, when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, we've derived with great confidence the neutral rate and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is. We know it by its works, and that will be the way the economy reacts over time to, slightly looser policy.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, my question is about what have you learned over the last few months about the inflation generating and price pass-through process? And just to drill down, the June CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods inflation. Now, the tariff landscape is only starting to be settled with some of these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices, is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing now is substantial amounts of tariff revenue being collected on the order of $30 billion a month, which is substantially higher than before. And the evidence seems to be mostly not paid only to a small extent through exporters lowering their price, and companies or retailers, sort of people who are upstream, institutions that are upstream from the consumer, are paying most of this for now. It's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to see more of that. And we know from surveys that companies feel that they have every intention of putting this through to the consumer, but the truth is they may not be able to in many cases. So I think we're just going to have to watch and learn empirically how much of this and over what period of time. I think we've learned that the process will probably be slower than expected at the beginning, but we never expected it to be fast. We think we have a long way to go to really understand exactly how it will be. So that's how we're thinking of it right now.
So if I could follow up, is the reticence to look through core goods inflation being driven by the judgment that during the pandemic expectations proved more adaptive than anyone at the Fed expected? Is it being driven by uncertainty over how restrictive policy is?
You could argue we are a bit looking through goods inflation by not raising rates. You know, we haven't reacted to new inflation, but I mean, I wouldn't insist upon that. But I don't think, I think the base case, as I said, a reasonable base case is that these are one-time price effects. Of course, in the end, there will not be. This will not turn out to be inflation, because we'll make sure that it's not. We will, through our tools, make sure that this does not move from being a one-time price increase to serious inflation. We want to do that efficiently, though, and that means we want to do it. If you move too soon, you wind up maybe not getting inflation all the way fixed, and you have to come back. That's inefficient. If you move too late, you might do unnecessary damage to the labor market. So there won't be, in the end, a big inflationary problem. What we're trying to do is accomplish that in a way that is efficient. But in the end, there should be no doubt that we will do what we need to do to keep inflation under control. Ideally, we do it efficiently.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The one big bill, leaving aside the adjectives, do you expect it to add stimulus to the economy in 2026? And would that be an argument for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts you would expect for next year?
So, of course, let me just ritual disclaimer that we don't express any judgments or anything like that on fiscal legislation or other legislation for that matter. But I would say, when you think that, you know, the biggest part of the bill was making permanent existing law on taxes, I don't think we see it as particularly stimulative. There should be some stimulative effect, but it shouldn't be significant over the next couple of years.
And to follow up, what do you, well, I don't want to put this in terms of you and the president, so let me ask it this way. Do you have concerns about the cost of keeping rates elevated for longer in terms of interest rate charges?
Yeah, no, that's, you know, we have a mandate, and that's maximum employment and price stability. And it is, it's not something we do to consider the cost to the government of our rate changes. We have to be able to look at the goal variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve those goals, and that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal government. No advanced economy central bank does that, and it wouldn't be good for, if we did do that, it would be good neither for our credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal policy. So it's just not something we take into consideration.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. When it comes to the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest in that issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
Not for me to say. I will say we had a nice visit with the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens very often at the Federal Reserve to have the president come over, let alone to visit a building. But it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that you see as making you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, you know, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the National Capital Planning Commission, and a lot of back and forth there. It was very constructive. We started out to do the work, and we're very well along on that work, and I was quite pleased to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted to see was us getting this construction completed as soon as possible. That is our focus, and that's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact that inflation hit 2.1% last September and has bounced higher since? Why do you think financial conditions are restrictive and a neutral rate's below 4% when inflation has stopped falling for almost a year?
So inflation, when you talk about these 12-month inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation sometimes early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month numbers. I think inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There are things like the catch-up inflation. So, for example, all the insurance costs that they're only now going through inflation, but they actually reflect inflationary pressures from 2-3 years ago. So that's got to go through. In addition, now we have 3 or 4 tenths of inflation in core inflation from tariffs. So, and we can't really separate that out. We're not going to have a separate kind of inflation that isn't the tariffs. We're always going to be dealing with all of inflation. But the composition, as I mentioned, has really changed. And if you go back to the last couple of years, it was all about services inflation, which was being very sticky. Now services inflation is coming down nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up. So the story has really changed. That's partially because of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've seen that the result of that gradually work its way through the services economy.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask is, are you comfortable that BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think that we're getting the data that we need to do our jobs, and I think it's really important that good data helps not just the Fed, it helps the government, but it also helps the private sector. People in the economy, they use this data a lot too, so it's quite important for our economy and certainly for the Fed's work and other government agencies' work that we continue to get better at data. That's what we've been doing for 100 years. We've been getting better and better and better. It's very hard to accurately capture in real time the output of a $20+ trillion economy. And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we really need to continue that, in my view.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. How concerned are you with the data that we're coming in, showing no significant upward trend in inflation over the past 6 months, that the wait-and-see approach for inflation is actually giving companies cover to raise prices?
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach is giving...
The wait-and-see approach, what do you mean by that?
For cutting rates. You're waiting to see if the tariffs will affect inflation. So it's a wait-and-see approach.
Well, so where policy is restrictive. When we start cutting, it'll go toward neutral.
Okay. This delay, though, where you're saying there's a one-time price increase for tariffs, which possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation. Is that giving companies cover, though, to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance, what may be giving some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact of the tariffs and all of the discussion of how they're going to, companies will raise prices when and as they can. And you saw it famously in the first administration of President Trump during those tariffs. Washing machines were tariffed, but dryers weren't. But what do you know? The price of dryers went up too, just like washing machines. So companies will often just they'll cross the street in a group, if you know what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the effects turn out to be on goods inflation. And I'll say again, they may be less than people estimate or more than people estimate. They're not going to be zero. Consumers will pay some of this. Businesses will pay some of this. Retailers will pay some of this. But we're just going to have to see it through.
And just to follow, if I could, some additional tariffs have been in place since February, and things really haven't broken yet with the economy. So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house, who's facing a 7% mortgage and maybe can't afford those rates? How do you justify that?
Well, so the housing is a special case, right? We don't set mortgage rates at the Fed, right? We set an overnight rate, and the rates that go into mortgages are longer term rates, like Treasury rates. It might be 30-year rates, it might be shorter than that, but it's not the overnight Fed's rate. It's not that we don't have any effect. We do have an effect, but we're not the main effect. There are other things though going on in the housing sector, and one of those is just there's a kind of a long-term housing shortage that we have. We haven't built enough housing. This is not something the Fed can help with, but then that'll be the case even after things normalize. So I think the best thing that we can do for housing is to have 2% inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we can contribute to housing. There are lots of other jobs to do for the private sector and Congress, but that's what we're trying to get to. I mean, we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation, we were very close to 2%. We're seeing some goods inflation move us away, but so far not very far away.
Chris.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you. Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed need to see before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those things, right? But you know, if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So you know, that was a time when policy was restrictive when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target, right? So as the two targets get back into balance, you would think you'd move in a way closer to neutral, and that the next steps that we take are likely to be in that direction. What will it take? You know, it'll be the totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in, which before the next meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? You know, it's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, like some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing. Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to see the number come down closer to 2?
We'll look at everything. You know, it's, as I mentioned, you know, a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase. And in the end, we'll make sure that that's the case. We're just trying to do that efficiently. And efficiently means getting the timing right, so we don't again, if we cut rates too soon, maybe we didn't finish the job with inflation. History is dotted with examples of that. If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right, and that's effectively what we're doing.
Claire.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just a question on the dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the meetings and to what degree that might be complicating your attempts to get inflation back to target. Thank you.
So this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, as you I'm sure know, and you know the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of you know, major discussion at all at the Fed. I won't say it doesn't come up. If the transcripts, when they come out in a few years, they'll probably reflect some mentions of the dollar, but it would never be a major focus.
And just to follow on, if I may, to Andrew's question, I think the amount of imputed data in CPI now is up to 35%. I mean, is there any discussion of that as well? Is there any consideration of looking at alternative measures, data scraping and so on, in order to just ensure you've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the U.S. economy? Thank you.
You know, we're monitoring the situation. We do, of course, I mean, as you know, during the pandemic, we looked at a whole lot of new kinds of data. People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that. But at the same, we really need the government data. Really is the gold standard in data, and we need it to be, you know, to be good and be able to rely on it. And we're not going to be able to substitute for that, but you know, if we what we need.
Jay O'Brien.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Jay O'Brien, ABC News. President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you concerned the way that conduct might impact the Fed's independence going forward?
I'll just say that, I think that having an independent central bank has been an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And as long as it serves the public well, it should continue and be respected. If it didn't serve the public well, then it wouldn't be something that we should just automatically defend. But what it gives us and other central banks, what it gives you is the ability to make these very challenging decisions that in ways that are focused on the data and the evolving outlook, the balance of risks and all the things we talk about, and not political factors. And so governments all over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of distance between direct political control of those decisions and the decision makers. So if you were not to have that, there would be a great temptation, of course, to use interest rates to affect elections, for example. And that's something that we don't want to do. So I think that's pretty widely understood. Certainly it is in Congress. And I think it's very important. I'll just say that.
Maria Eloisa.
Afternoon, Chair Powell. Maria Luisa Capurro from Bloomberg News. You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee around that. We've seen delinquency rates rising for upper-income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months, and how much of a vulnerability that is for the economy going forward?
Consumer spending had been very, very strong for the last couple of years, and had repeatedly, forecasters, not just us, had been forecasting it would slow down, and now maybe it finally has. So I would say, if you talk to credit card companies, for example, they will tell you that the consumer's in solid shape and that spending is at a healthy level. It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level. And delinquencies are not a problem. You mentioned high-end delinquencies. I don't know what to make of that. I read the same thing. But so generally, and if you look at the banks, and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending, not at a rapid rate, but it's true. And it was, again, right in line with what we expected. The GDP data that we got this week. And I think it's still a little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which which may also be affecting, some of that can affect consumer spending as well. Look, it's one of the data points that we pay most careful attention to, and there's no question that it's slowed. And we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and the performance of inflation. Those are our two variables that we're assigned to maximize.
And just to follow up on what my colleagues were asking about this sense, Governor Waller said that the labor market is on edge, and he was pointing to weaknesses on the private sector. I was wondering, you've said that the main number to look at is the unemployment number overall, but what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk about any individual's, any individual's comments. I wouldn't do that. But I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but had come down a bit. And if you take the QCEW adjustment seriously, it may be even lower, maybe close to zero. But the unemployment rate was still low. So what that's telling you is that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So it's in balance, oddly enough. You've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year as job creation has moved down. But also we know that because of immigration policy, really, the flow into our labor force is just a great deal slower. And those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned, quits, look at wages. Wages are gradually cooling. Look at vacancies to unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable they haven't really moved a lot in a full year. So I think if you take the totality of the labor market data, you've got a solid labor market. But I think you have to see that there are downside risks. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but I think you've got downside risks in a world where unemployment's being held down because both demand and supply are declining. I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Nancy.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the 2 dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about exactly what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting of cutting rates, and what was the case against that at the meeting?
Sure. So, we have an economic go-around where people talk about the economy, and then that's yesterday, and then today we have a monetary policy go-around. All the way around the table, everyone gives their views. So the discussion around policy was, the majority view was still what it has been, which is that inflation's running above target, maximum employment is right at target. That means policy should be a little bit restrictive, somewhat restrictive, because we want inflation to move all the way back to its target. So that's where people have been and still are. 2 of our members felt that the time had come to cut, and that for the reasons that they're going to express. I won't tell you the reasons. They'll issue some kind of a thing in the next day or so. But that's the story, and I would say, well argued, very thoughtfully argued all around the table, good arguments, and it's a situation where, unusual situation. The economy is in good shape, but it's an unusual situation where you have risks to both your employment mandate and your inflation mandate. That's the nature of a supply shock, and it's probably not surprising that there would be differences and different perspectives on that, as well as different views of where the neutral rate is, so that different views of how tight policy is. So we have those. I will say what you hope is that people, explain their positions very thoughtfully and clearly, and we absolutely had that today, all the way around the table. I would call it one of the better meetings I can recall from that standpoint.
And you've said you're waiting to be confident inflation is heading toward your 2% target before you start cutting rates. When you do get that confidence, would you be in favor of lowering rates right away?
It's not quite the way I would put it. I said that's why we think policy should be restrictive, is because, inflation is above target. When we have risks to both goals, one of them is farther away from goal than the other, and that's inflation. Maximum employment's at goal. So that means policy should be tight, because tight policy is what brings inflation down. If you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking, and we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. It is one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Jeff Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic purchasers. That was down to a 1.2% gain in second quarter from 1.9% in Q1, suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. I just wondering if you look at that and you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks, that the housing market is in fact weak, and the inflation numbers from GDP today came down to 2.1% for headline, 2.5% for core. I'm wondering how much more movement you would need to see from these data points before you would be comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total. Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%. that's the whole half. You mentioned the quarters. So those are slower, but GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter, half to half, and often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data we still think is, continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation, because you're being pulled in two directions, and you have to decide which of those to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally at risk, then you really want to be at a neutral policy stance, which we're not right now.
So it'd be safe to say that if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting in September?
I'm not gonna say that. No, I just think we're going to need to see the data, and it can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Greg, Rob, for the last question.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. The Treasury Secretary has said recently that it would be confusing for the markets if you stayed on as a governor after your term as chair ends. And I was wondering if you had any update for us on a decision on that front.
Sorry, I do not have any update for you. Thanks very much, everyone.
Well, what a terrible time. Let me find, how do I can just close this off, to be honest. Close window. Bosh. Well, that was quite the terrible. Oh, what an absolutely terrible meeting that was. Get rid of that bosh. So we're bouncing back up now anyway. That was rough. That was really rough. A lot of volatility. How fast will the market rebound? If we come back aboard that blue line there, I'm bullish. If we don't, then it's a retest, and it's to short the retest. So we'll see what happens pretty much now. It won't take very long, but if we get rejected here, that's bad news. That's very bad news, because that probably means we're going back down to like maybe even as low as 103 on Bitcoin, maybe ETH as low as 3,100. It's hard to predict, but we are literally coming back up and retesting these levels here. We've got to stay above this line. If we get rejected off this line, it'll just like the problem that we've got now would be we are in that range of getting sucked into like a big old liquidation period of time. There's so much liquidity just sat here. If we look at ETH, what's that, 3,623, and we look at the liquidation heat map. I mean, we'll start off with Bitcoin because it's already loaded up. But let's have a look. So Bitcoin is, where's that key level of, the first key level of liquidity on Bitcoin on the liquidation heat map? We've got a little bit down there. We won't go to the 1 month. We'll stick on like a lower time frame, like the 1 week. On the 1 week, 114. So we're already encroaching on these levels down here. We already took out a fair bit of it, to be honest. But 114 is your first kind of key level. Oh, and look where 114 is. It's the lower support level there. So that looks horrendous. This looks bad news. This looks not good. I'd love it to just like go the other way. Oh no, I want to fucking punch something, but I can't. Close that lower CME gap at 114,325. Yeah, that is how we're looking at the moment. I don't know. I was in a short. I closed the short on both of them because like it was coming back up to retest this level. I want to see. If we're above this blue line here, happy days. We're all good. Below this blue line here, we're toast. Same goes for Ethereum. The blue line is an important line. The blue line, if we go on the hourly chart, the blue line is your support and resistance level. We need to hold that level. We've come back up and bounced back up to it, but it doesn't look good. Really don't look good. Kind of, it looks quite shorty out there, doesn't it? It looks quite rough and it's not what I wanted to see. It is what it is, though. We've got to make do, and no, I didn't get liquidated. I was trading with like a few $100,000, so not. And like, for me to get liquidated on that, we need a big move, like a big one, like down to 0. So no, we're not liquidated. I lost like 10k. It is what it is. Like, it's annoying, but what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Can't do anything about it, can we? So we may as well just continue to smile and look for the next opportunity. So we want to be watching this level. We want to be seeing if we're breaking above this line here. And this, we'll plot out a few different charts. We've already got Bitcoin made. We've got Ethereum made. Bitcoin's getting that rejection here. XRP, again, another bounce up. But again, we need to plot this out here. Find where these lower levels of support are. I mean, XRP, to be fair, we are literally at the level. We need to hold the level of basically $3. XRP losing $3 means that it might... The problem that you're at there is there is so much pent up positions here that haven't taken profit here, and those positions that were entered here may end up holding. And the problem that you've got, and it goes for every single chart out there, is when the price starts approaching those positions close in order to not take a loss. That ends up accelerating the price downwards, and you end up with a move like this, where you basically trigger a bunch of liquidations all at the same time, or a bunch of people closing. It's all the same thing. A liquidation is literally just a trade that's closing. So it's a proper, oh dearie me, this is looking... I don't want to see this. I want to see it going up. I want to see the market recovering. And it also, like recently, when we've had these drops down, we generally just immediately get the pump back to the upside. So if we don't get that again, it doesn't fill me full of confidence. And yeah, that looks rough. It looks so bad. What about Dogecoin? Dogecoin, to be fair, has held up horribly, down 5%, losing most of those recent gains. Gains up to 28 cents, is now down at 21, so it's basically down like 33% from the top. If you look at Sui is bouncing better than most, to be fair. Sui is on a bit of a ripper at the moment, back to the upside. Unlike if you look on Ethereum. Ethereum's trying. Will it manage it? Well, we'll find out on today's stream, won't we? And then Bitcoin, again, it's trying. It has to do it. If it don't do it, then we're toast. If it does do it, happy days. We'll probably come back up to 118 by morning. But it don't look good. We are below the level of support right now. And we've had an hourly close. So we got our hourly close below that level. So we need the next hourly close, which is in 45 minutes time, to be above that level. Otherwise, it is toast. I want to know what you guys are losing money on in the chat. Let me know. Whiff. Horrendous. Look at this. This is what happens though when you trigger all these liquidations. And the thing is, people immediately, when they see a drop in a bull market, they go long again. It's a knee-jerk reaction to buy the dip. And it can either work out very well, or you basically end up getting trapped. So all these guys here, if it loops back around now, boom, you're trapped. And then you've got an option. Do you close? But if you close, you start pressuring the price downward again. I get the feeling that we're not done. I get the feeling that things can get worse. I'm intrigued at shorting Omni. That looks like a... Oh, we could take a small short position on Omni. Why not? Who's ever heard of a shorting an altcoin going wrong? It's only a small short position. It's only like 15k. It's not the end of the world. Pepe down terribly. Wow. I wonder what's down the worst. Let's have a look. The down the worst is a new one called Tree. Vine, to be fair, is not actually doing that bad recently. That's doing quite bad. That's doing quite bad. That's doing quite bad. That's doing quite bad. Zem is also doing quite bad. Whatever that is, it's doing bad. SPX, oh, that might be a lovely short position like that. Oh, think about the juiciness to the downside there if we end up... maybe we want to take we'll take a 13k short position on SPX in the... just to make me smile if we do end up going down. There is a few things that are still up to date. SPK, I imagine that's been pumped. Yeah, it has. What about this one? That's done a huge rise up recently. Yeah, they're taking advantage. Plugging a bunch of money into the chart there. What about... what is there here? Curve. How's Curve getting on? Curve's up pretty good. It does kind of look like we're rebounding a little bit. Let's have a look back at Bitcoin. Maybe we're not rebounding. Oh no. Kind of are. We kind of are rebounding. Take a look at Stonksy. Well, I mean, Stonksy's been shorting a lot of things recently. Let's have a look. So, Stonksy was short before we were short. I know that, but I can't remember on which one we were following before. Right, yeah. So, Stonksy went short. This is what I mean about Stonksy being better at trading than what you are. Stonksy goes short here. It holds it, and it's still short now. So, that means that Stonksy on Bitcoin has netted so far a profit here of 1%. 100x leverage, 100% profit. 50x leverage, 50% profit. 10x leverage, 10% profit. Again, you can close that whenever you want to do. There's no like specific rule on when you can take profit. You don't have to wait for Stonksy to take the profit. You can just take it anytime. On Ethereum, again, it's up 1%. So it's done pretty well on that. It called it on both the 5-minute time frames. On Solana, it is losing money on the 5-minute. But if we go on to maybe the 3-minute here, yeah, it caught the whole thing on the 3-minute. So it kind of depends on when what I would bet is we can look at the 3-minute chart on any of these and it would have caught the whole run down. Yeah. So when you're at these very sensitive, volatile times, it is a very good indicator to use because it will give you that direction as soon as that direction starts happening. Like right now, it's fired in a long position. Like just literally right now, it's firing in a long position. So something to be aware of there, I suppose. I wouldn't be firing in a long position here, just that Stonksy doesn't know the overall factors at play. So Stonksy doesn't know the news. Stonksy is looking purely at the data on the chart. So Stonksy's just thinking that there is no fundamentals behind any of this. He can't tell. But Stonksy is sensing that there is a long position to be had at this moment in time. I would argue that really you should be waiting for the break back above this blue line here before going into a long position. But if you haven't enjoyed today's stream, guys, do drop a like on it. I'd really appreciate that. It's not my fault the market went down. But if we can't hold here, I now think we're headed to 112,500. And that's the thing. These are just guys in the chat, and there's so many of you. And your opinion matters because your opinion ends up making the market trade in a certain direction. And as it stands, you say check pump. I do literally close my pump trade. Fuck's sake. Ah, dearie me. That would have been a nice little entry as well, that. Go on, oh fuck it, we'll fire back in on it. Just lose a little bit more money, why not? We can see what Stonksy says about pump as well. Pump, here we go. That's the one. So Stonksy, we'll look at it on a longer time frame because it is an old coin, so it needs a general thing. It's actually, to be fair, look at that. It's done an amazing job. Talk about which indicator you should be using. Christ. Look at that. Boom to the downside, tiny long position. Boom to the downside, tiny long position. Boom to the downside. And I bet you on the 4 hour, it probably held throughout. If you opened that trade, it held it the whole way. It depends if it opened it. It didn't open the trade on the 4 hour. What about on the 2 hour? No, it didn't open the trade on the 2 hour. Did it open on the 3? No, it didn't open the trade on the 3. So just the 1 hour. How did it do on a 30 minute? More flip-floppy on the 30 minute. Again, it's one of them coins, it moves around a fair bit, so you're better off on 1 hour, especially for altcoins. Like, if you can generally look at most altcoins on Stonksy, and it does quite a good job at predicting them. Gala, for example, boom to the downside. Nice little long position, boom to the downside. How did it do in the history of Gala? Longing the whole thing. Like, you just need to look at what the indicator is doing and you'll actually make money. If you don't use the indicator, you're not going to make money, but you will find a link to Stonksy in today's video description. If you use code TMG25, it gives you 25% off. I think the annual plan, but it might work on the monthly as well. You can just try it and see. Gala's having a lovely bounce back, to be fair. Is Bitcoin doing a lovely bounce back right now? Maybe. It kind of looks like it might be. It's not going to do it. It looks weak, like low volume, pump back. It's not low volume, I suppose. It's still pretty decent volume. If it comes back aggressively, we're back in. But I don't have the confidence to take the short position here. I don't have the confidence to take the long position here. But if you are trading this, good luck, and you can do it on Blowfin. You'll find a link to Blowfin in today's video description. We are 2.5k in a loss on that trade that I opened, which is a bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world. I am considering whether or not I close it here, as many people will be also considering the same thing. S&P 500 fell 0.5%. See, that's not huge. The thing is, we all know that rates are going to get cut. So it's now a question of, right, so we're breaking back above the blue line. That's pretty good news. And you should start to see a flurry of new entries. I don't want to long the breakout first time round. I'd rather long the confirmation, because naturally it'll come up and then it'll loop back around and then it'll retest. That's if it breaks above. If it fails to break above, then it'll just go straight down again. And right now, if you're going by the book, by what the book says go short here. That's what, if you're a professional, you're shorting this rebound pump, because this is nothing more than a dead cat bounce if you're going by the book, which is annoying because we're meant to be in a bull market, but this doesn't look very bullish to me yet. If we break the blue line, we're back being bullish again, but we've got to break the blue line. And you can see we're struggling with the blue line. We'll probably come and retest it again at some point. Give me a second, 1 second. Thank you. Yeah. Right, I've got some pudding. Look at that. Mars bar ice cream. But yeah, if we're looking up, it's very warm in here actually. We're failing again. I'd love to take a huge ETH shot. That'd be really fun. But do we go in for it? It's kind of tempting. All right, I'm opening a small ETH shot. We'll start with a small one. We'll see how this goes. Just a small one. If it keeps ripping, we'll close it and enter again higher. But because we're struggling with it so much breaking back through, kind of makes me think we might just break it and then get rejected immediately. My two dogs. My two dogs just told me to long. They are usually pretty good at sniffing out BS, so maybe I'm going to trust them. Maybe don't trust your dog. Maybe your dog isn't the best trader. The ETH chart here is starting to pay. We're up 600. So we'll see. It doesn't matter what it does in the first 5-minute candle. It's really not going to make a difference. What we're looking for is a continuation to maybe close down here somewhere, a retest of the bottom of the range. It's very cold. Mars bar ice cream. Very nice. The Fed's at war with Donald. That's what it appears to look like, yes. As I say, it doesn't matter what it does on these 1-minute candles. This is really unimportant. We're not trading the 1-minute candles here. What we're looking for is the overall trend. You look at your hourly. We have opened an hourly candle. No, we're still on this hourly candle. Still on the same hourly candle. Christ. Okay, so we didn't get the hourly close above it. So that's what we're looking for. Christ, we've got to do this for another 25 minutes. We get that hourly close below here, then it'll go down. We stay above it on the hourly close, we're in the clear. But it is very much a confidence game here. What side are you on? I mean, of course I'm on the bullish side, but I'm just hedging myself a little bit to the downside in case the worst happens. I'd love to see it rip just straight back to the upside. After all that, I can't, yeah. How much money is small money for you? I guess $238,000, but it's not really $238,000. It's 60x. So what am I in for? $4,000. So really, it's $4,000. So it depends on your leverage, doesn't it? I mean, I'm using incredibly high leverage, but I'm not using incredibly high leverage because, as you notice, it's all on cross. I just like having an elastic account. It means that I can borrow as much as I want against the money that's in my account, and it means that I can always add more. If things start going against me and I really believe in the position, I can always add more to it. So I trade on cross leverage. Cross leverage is a license to blow up your account and lose all of your money. So just be very careful with it. Like, cross leverage is a dangerous thing if you don't know how to use it correctly, because you leverage your whole account. So it can be very dangerous. So just be very respectful of cross leverage, but also it is a very valuable tool when it starts going in the right direction, because you can really double down, triple down, quadruple down on that trade. Fed and Donald are on the same. I mean, from my perspective, it's all just a puppet show. These people get in front of a camera, they tell us what they're gonna do, and then ultimately, generally everything's fine in the end. It's mildly concerning, being that, I mean, you've got to remember ETH's up high, and have we lost? Yeah, you see, we've lost the uptrend now. We lost the uptrend a while ago, I suppose, but we really have lost that uptrend on Ethereum now. And that again makes me think more downside to come, more just like looping down, sad action. Like, if you ask me what I think that at the end of August we turn very bullish. But maybe until the end of August we finally get that summer slump that's just not happened. But I'm only saying this based off of the words that we all just heard that Jerome Powell was speaking. But if you don't already have a trading account, do check out Blowfin in today's video description, where you too can join the $10,000 to $100,000 trading challenge. That's annoying, because now we're down. We're down to 84% of starting stack. So we're down $1,600 from where we started. So you're joining it at a good stage if you're not already in the $10,000 to $100,000 trading challenge. I have had so many opportunities to close this trade, but I have just kind of tried to stay bullish and keep that bullish belief inside me. It's not paying off at all. So I might try and average it down and play a bounce. That's probably how I'll get out of it. So we'll wait for a proper crash, because we'll probably get one. I won't get liquidated on that trade. It's not leveraged enough, but we'll probably get a proper crash at some stage. And when that proper, because just don't let it out of your mind. Remember those times when you've been in a long position and it goes down and then it keeps going down and every bounce gets dumped into. Just remember the pain of seeing that line move, like on ETH, seeing that line move $50 in a single 1 second candle. Because when that happens, it sucks, and it's not happened for ages. So just be aware of that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. What I'm saying is pull some money off the table. Don't want to lose it all, especially going into a bull run. You can always jump in on a green day when things are going well, but you can't undo mistakes that you might make today. So just be risk off, be careful. If you're holding on to a bunch of altcoins, maybe consider selling some of those positions if they're in a decent profit. You can always re-add back in the future when the prices start going back up again. That's not to say that you should sell Chippy, because that would be very annoying. Please don't do that, because I've put so much money into it so far and I want to continue to put money into it, and you'll scare me off. Jerome looking to get sacked by but the thing is, Trump doesn't have the power to sack Jerome. And if Trump sacked Jerome because of what they're doing with regards to building government buildings, that would be illegal, because Jerome's not breaking any laws there. He's gone completely by the book. Trump chose Jerome. He put him in office. And he only has to wait another 5 months, 6 months for Jerome to leave. So it's not very difficult. Just wait till January. And then you'll get your way, you'll get your guy, he'll come in and he'll print all the money. But what we'll probably find is that the market towards the back end of this year prices in a new Fed chair and it goes absolutely ballistic in October, November. That's really what I'd think. I think that we're still in the biggest bull market of all time. I still very much believe in super cycle, and I believe that we're going to get an altcoin bull run. What I am mildly concerned about, but not really sure if I expect it or not, is some stagnation in the market. I think that with regards to pump is looking solid. It's looking strong. Shouldn't have closed that trade because I was 20k long on it. I might enter a little bit more on the old pump trade here, just speculating. Like, to have 20k into it is better than having 10k into it, isn't it? Especially if we might get a little bit of a pump up here on ETH. Now, don't forget, we've only got 20 minutes to go on this 1 hour candle, and we're still hugging this level. We keep hugging this level. Inevitably, it's gonna go. It's gonna scare me out of the trade. Like, I'll get scared out, because just again, analyze trader psychology for a second. I will get scared out of the trade at this level. So I think that we'll probably get to this level, 43 that is. So we'll probably rise $20. What's that going to cost me? 20 times $1,200 loss. So it'll scare me out at a $1,200 loss, because it'll probably come up and reach that level there. And then, because that's certainly how it's looking right now. And then by the end of the 1 hour candle, it'll loop back around and it'll be finishing somewhere in this zone here. And then it'll likely do the next one back to the downside. Because generally, when you've had a test like that, you've kind of set off a series of events that seem pretty inevitable. You've damaged sentiment. Like, it's generally quite bad. So just be aware that things don't look great for the midterm. I think we are already being bold enough. Yes. Bitcoin, please. See, I told you. Boom, we're going to come up and hit this level. So we want Bitcoin back on the screen. Bitcoin doing the same thing, back at this level. Need to trade above that level. It'll want to scare me out. It'll scare out any early short positions, which is why I've not gone big on the short. I've just gone kind of medium-sized on it. Nothing crazy. The hope is that it goes, no, we're going to the moon again, and everything just starts mooning, and we can all get back to pressing the nice big green button. That would be amazing. Please do that. Bitcoin's not quite showing the same strength that ETH is showing just yet, but it's probably about to. I could hedge my ETH trade here with a Bitcoin trade. That would be a very complex series of trades, wouldn't it? But they would probably hedge each other off. Whereas the question is ETH going to go up more than Bitcoin's going to go up? You can see it's doing the thing now. So we're breaking back into where we need to break back into. As we can see here, as I said, up to this blue line here. Will it scare me out of the trade? Is it going to just pass through that blue line just enough and then get rejected from it? Because it's probably going to do that, if I'm honest. It'll probably do just enough to scare me out of the trade. That's what I'd expect. Scare me out of it. I dare you. And the Bitcoin one, similar story. Where would I be? If I was early short on Bitcoin, where would I be scared out? If I was early short, I'd be, say that you've gone short at support, I'm going to be scared out around that level. So that would be your downside retest. So if we are going to come up on Bitcoin, what's that? An $800 jump in the price? That seems kind of realistic before any more downside. Yeah, I can see that happening. That seems to be where the next level's at. But what will probably happen now is, you've got to remember your early short positions. So this is in this range here. When I say early short positions, this is people getting liquidated. This is people placing short positions expecting the price to go lower. So you've got to squeeze all those short positions out. As I say, I get squeezed out of this at $1,500. At $1,500, I'm like, damn, this is just not worth holding on to anymore. I'm literally showing you how to inverse trade me. It's like a lesson on trading a noob. Because I've gone short too early here. Fortunately, not with a lot of money. And kind of cancelled out by the pump fund position. The pump fund position looking pretty spicy, to be honest. But yeah, that's your big liquidations. I think the market maintains its bullishness so far looking at this. Definitely it's looking, doesn't look terrible. The market is not looking terrible. But you can tell Bitcoin wants to come back up to here. So then if I'm looking to place a short position, I'm looking at 117,292 as the level of which I want to be placing that short position at. Because as you can see, if I'd gone short here, it'd now be squeezing me and I'd be getting nervous. And as I said, we're now 1.5 grand in a loss on this position. We're hitting this level of resistance. And the question is, are we just going to blast straight through it? If we are, that's the sweat. That's the bit where the noob goes, no, I'm out. It's the bit where the person with a bit more balls than me, or is someone isn't live streaming, re-enters double the size of the trade there, probably exits it at 33 for break even. If you double the size of the trade to 120, you get your middle mountain money there at 33, and then the hope is that it comes down to visit 33, you cancel, you go back higher again, then you go re-short from a higher level. My guess with the way that Bitcoin's shaping up, actually, to be fair, ETH might make it all the way back into the previous range. This is looking pretty strong as far as pullbacks are concerned. It looks decent. It looks pretty decent. Let's have a look here at the 30-minute. The 30-minute again is looks decent. Everything looks pretty decent. But do drop a like on today's stream, and if you are new to the channel, please subscribe. I'd really appreciate that, and also then you can get engaged in the chat. That'd be really good of you. We've currently got 336 people watching and 175 likes, which is very pleasing. Thank you all for watching. I actually really appreciate it because it's nice to have a bunch of people on. Please come back tomorrow. So yeah, this is 42. We're still struggling with that level there. The more we struggle with it, the more likely we are to come down again. We haven't had the hourly close yet. We don't get the hourly close for another 15 minutes. And the hourly close needs to be above the blue line. So expect it to now we've had that pump back, expect it to start heading back to the downside over the next 15 minutes. We might get a little bit more of a push up to here, maybe as high as 116,937. $300 pump, yeah, probably. And then maybe a loop back down over the next 10 or 15 minutes. As in pumper doing buybacks. I just think that if the coin's value is based off revenue from the platform, it just makes sense to buy it because Pump Fund makes so much money. I'm kind of hoping here that we just keep pushing to the upside and the market forgets about it and just runs. It kind of looks a bit runny right now. it does make me think maybe I should close this out for a small loss here. 793. So we're nearly at 900, like I said we would be. I might fancy the short position here off 117 100. That's probably, if I'm going short on Bitcoin, that's where I'm selecting my level. I'll jump the gun a bit on ETH, but we can get it right second time round, can't we? We've got one green, and the only one that's green is green. Right, we're nearly there now. Nearly there. 117 100. We'll get there. We'll get there. By the way, it's my birthday today, so do subscribe. I'd really appreciate that. Nice little birthday present from you to me. 323 people watching, 184 likes. Very good. But subscribe. We get in there. So we might get the hourly close that's quite bullish, to be fair. Let's have a look. Look at that. Holding that support level there. Like a boss. Nines like a boss, if anyone knows the reference. I wonder who knows the nines like a boss reference. That's an interesting one, because it tells me something about you. Are you like me? Do you know what nines like a boss means? Let me know in the chat. Sell or buy. It's one of them ones of, currently it's buy for the next like 2 or 3 minutes and then maybe sell. That's the key level, 117,300. When we're above 117,300, you want to be out of the shorts. And we're pushing up now towards it, so we'll get there within the next few minutes. But do subscribe to the channel. Drop a like on the video. It's all good. Look at that. Woof. Very strong buy volume to the upside. People buying the dip. So you got to have the confidence to buy the dip. I wish I had that confidence. So much missed opportunity. Look at that. Full on just ripping. But this is just to punish these positions here. This will come down. I'm going to start entering a short position. We fired one bullet there. That's 162k short. I'm jumping the gun again. I'm not listening to myself, but I feel like I need to wait for this blue line. And at the blue line, I'll actually put some decent size down. There we go. There's a few people in the chat that understand. Surprise is not more, to be honest. You kind of expect it of a crypto audience. Yeah, pump fund's doing pretty good for me here. Pretty good. But for how long? When are we going to get this wobbler? When's the wobbler going to come back? Maybe soon. It's going to pass 17,300. I think it gets rejected. Somewhere in this range between where I've placed this position and the blue line up here. Like the odds of it making it back, like this is such an aggressive pump back. You've got to bear in mind, this is Bitcoin. So how many billions is being bought here? There's a 1% pump in 44 minutes. It's pretty aggressive. That's pretty aggressive for Bitcoin. So the question is, what direction should you take? Whichever direction you choose is the right one for you. Please do it in a small sizing. Don't do it in a big sizing, because a big sizing could ruin you if you're wrong here, because we are very volatile. And that does mean that once you've had your pump back, you do generally come back to the downside. I might want to consider adding just a small amount to this trade, just to bring that entry up a little bit, but I don't know if it's worth it if I'm not adding size. If we come up a bit more in this range here on ETH, I'll add a bit more size. But it depends. It really depends. I'll bring up the 1 second chart so we can get a bit of view on what's actually happening. I only use the 1 second because it's visible. You can very much see what's happening on the smallest of times. I think it's actually 9 high like a boss. Or is it 9s? No, it's 9 high like a boss. That's what it is. But yeah, whoever said William Kassouf in the chat, you were correct. It's not. No, it's not that thing that you're saying. What are your thoughts on Kasuf? I only knew him when he was getting started years ago and always came across as a complete tool. I think he makes it very entertaining. And I think that he is good for the sport because I can tell you now, I'm pretty good at poker and I play a fair bit of poker. I enjoy poker and I'm a profitable poker player. And if I care, if I'm playing like a $10 tournament or whatever, I might be incredibly aggressive and be more likely to lose. But if you're doing a $150 ticket or more, I'll do generally pretty well. And I've won a fair few small tournaments. I'm trying to learn it a bit more in depth than just like being a hobbyist player, because and then this winter my plan is for me and my girlfriend, we're going to fly to the Bahamas and do the World Series of Poker. So that's the plan for this winter. Entry into that's $25,000, but and I don't think I'll win for a second, but it'll be fun and it'll be my first ever like in-person poker tournament. Unfortunately, you can't play poker here in Dubai. Although if anyone that knows me in Dubai fancies coming for a game of poker at my place, let's get it done. We'll do buy-ins, and everyone buys in for $1,000, and we'll do a structured little game. It could be quite fun. Oh, what are we saying here? This is a very aggressive, very aggressive pump back to the upside. Very aggressive. Nice. Good to see. We only got 5 minutes left on this candle, so if it's going to come down, it's going to come down quick. But it doesn't look like it's coming down, to be fair. It looks like we're going to get that hourly close within, because in 5 minutes, can you imagine it just goes straight down again? I mean, for me, the sell-off kind of looks finished. The fear looks like it's exited. So, but that's what it wants you to think. That's the trickery of the market. That's where sitting on your hands a little bit can pay. We've still not made it all the way up to this line up here. So I'll give it a little bit more time. Volume is dropping off a little bit at this point. I played the WSOP main event, bought the table Jaeger shots. They then didn't want to do them, so I did them all. Did an interview walking with a walking reporter, then forgot my table number for 5 minutes. Sounds like you had a fun World Series of Poker. Did you cash? I'm curious to know if you cashed. I don't think most people... You know, BitBoy once came... I think it was like 56th or something in the World Series of Poker. He did really well. Like, he got really far into it, and he got like a 5-figure payout. It's pretty decent. I think they got like a $70,000 payout out of it. It was pretty decent. He made it to day 4 or 5 or something, but he did really well. But that was when Big Boy had the ego and he wasn't cheating on his wife, and he was, I think, just doing a bit of meth, and that was it. I played cash every day at a little card room in North Park in San Diego. That was in 2006 to 2012, in the early days. Very few people had studies. 2 + 2 was a secret. That's cool to know. It's nice to know there's some poker players in the chat. I have been considering, do I set up a poker room where we can all play each other? But I think I'll look into it. I know there's a few crypto guys that are also quite interested. Yeah, I'm curious about doing it. I'd love to do it in Dubai. Do like Molly's game, but in Dubai. That'd be sick. Until the police turn up. But it would be pretty cool. Gold dumped hard, so I bought a few sovs. That's a good move. You can't play live tournaments for a living. No, but I mean, I don't make a living doing poker. I am ultimately just an amateur, hobbyist poker player. But I enjoy the game. It's a fun game. And I'm not bad at it. I'm pretty good. I think that trading translates very well because it's all hold your nerve, pull the trigger at the right time, be patient with it. It's all this stuff, these disciplines that you learn when you're trading are very translating into playing good poker. So GG, I play on GG Poker. I play. My name on GG Poker is TMG Crypto. If you want to look up how much I lose. 1 second. Got to get the dot. Right, we're getting that. 2 more minutes for the hourly close. What's ETH looking like? Looks bullish to me, which probably means it's bearish. Where have we got resistance here in this range? It's like there. Yeah, that looks like a pretty key level that we've come up and retested a couple times. So big drop down, come up, retest, get rejected off of it. We're not out of the woods yet. We're not out of the woods. We might be very soon. If we break the next blue line here, we're all good. I can get rid of the shorts. It's my birthday yesterday, so I have my birthday tea. For birthday tea, it's pizza toast. Michael Saylor buying the dip. I mean, he will be, yeah, but Michael Saylor famously also buys tops. He only buys tops. He famously is quoted by saying, I'll be buying the top forever. We've got the hourly close now. That was just then the hourly close candle, so I expect some volatility over the next 5 minutes or so. Probably going to start kicking back into the downside now, is my expectation, because we failed to close that in the hourly, which now means the people that were waiting to short probably start entering a short. So I'll just slightly increase the size of my short on FOMO short the first 1 minute candle because I'm an idiot. And then fingers crossed we get a couple more that then allow me to just get a bit of breathing room on this position. It's not a huge position. $96 million in liquidations on 117,400. Me as well. Yeah, I never know. The pump position is nearly paying for my misdeeds. Bitcoin's not looking too shabby. Kind of looks like it might continue, you know, this run upwards, but I'll still hold the shorts for now. There we go. I can turn the volume on my computer down a little bit, but I don't think that music is too... It's about the right volume, I think. What are you saying here? It looks good. Looks like I shouldn't be in a short position. It looks aggressive. The market's having none of it. The market just wants to go up. I'm gonna have to cut soon, you know. If I have to cut. I can't justify. I might have to cut on ETH too. Look at that, ETH just smacking straight back into the range. On ETH, I'm going to try something different. We're going to increase the size of the short and just pray for the downside. This is not a good trading strategy, by the way. Never on a losing trade. Never do what I just did, because if you risk, it just continues ripping to the. I can afford it. Most people couldn't. So don't do that. It can really be expensive. It's honestly one of the times where I've lost the most money is where I've tried to do that. You try to just bring your entry up a little bit so that then when it comes down, you're all good. I think that we are towards the end of this, but with the aggression of a pump back like that, that's aggressive. This is very strong. This is very bullish. It tells me that there's still some very good demand in the market. What you've got to be mildly concerned by is the drop off in volume. So where we're having this drop off in volume here, that drop off there, that's what makes me think that it comes to an end soon. Because generally when you have that drop off in volume, the upside tends to come to an end. Unless it doesn't. It doesn't always come to an end, doesn't the upside? Right. What do I think? What do I think? I think my my Bitcoin trade for the challenge is looking a hell of a lot better, which probably means I should close it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to wait for break even on that, because that for me is the most important trade that I'm in at the moment. The rest of it is not quite as important. This is all just flip-flopping around nonsense. Nothing's crazily sized, so no one's losing any sleep over it. But I'd love to catch a decent short here. But I don't think we're going to get it. It looks to me, I hate to say it because it means that I have to take a loss on $3,000. Or it won't be a loss on $3,000, will it? Because by the time I get scared out of it, it's going to be 5. So, kind of looks like I'm wrong here, guys, so far. We'll see. That's why you shouldn't play with such volatile markets. This looks strong. Incredibly strong. ETH next target. I am short on it. Will get liquidated at 3799. Well, my friend, you're definitely going to get liquidated. If your liquidation point is only 3799, 100% you're going to get liquidated. You're way too leveraged. The price will just come and it will take your money because you are trading like a degenerate. You have got too much leverage. Why risk that? For me, my liquidation price is 4,261. That's way higher. You'd have to have a really good time, to be fair, for that to happen. And that's fine, because what I'm actually using as the asset, the collateral asset to short it here, is SAY. So I got like 100 and something thousand of SAY in an account, and I'm using that SAY as the collateral asset for this trade. So that means if the price goes up, the actual margin balance of my account rises. And so I'm not concerned. And so for the short position that I'm also taking here, I'm basically just hedging my portfolio. I wouldn't really make any money. If the price went down, sure, I'd get more USDT, but the value in my account wouldn't change because SAY would drop. and Ethereum would drop. I would make money from the Ethereum drop, but not from the other bit. But this looks strong, like properly strong. Bitcoin ripping, right? We're now at this level, and if we break above this level, then well, it's all over. All right, time to get out. I'm telling you, it's gonna take your money, my friend. At 3799, it's gone already. Reduce it. Don't risk so much. It's not about the quantity of money that you're risking. It's about the poor trading discipline of opening a trade and then having a liquidation point that is so close to your trade. Just calm it down. You don't need to be trying to do. You don't need to make $100 billion today. You have the entire rest of your life, and if you can make 1% every single day across the span of a year, that equals, I have it on my phone, 37.78x. So 3,700% across the span of a year if you make 1% per day. Just always bear that in mind when you're trying to make your trades, because 100% drop will set you back so far on that journey. So just focus on the small wins, everybody. You want to win? Focus on the small wins. Life's about small wins. And the more you compound your small wins, the more money you make over time. I appreciate the compliment there, Maximilian. I bet that's very nice of you. David says, I remember you posted a video in 2022 in a bear market when Bitcoin was 16,000 and you said just feels like the very bottom. And I bought that day and I've held since. Very happy I listened. Yeah, no, I made those videos a lot back then and I got so much hate in the comment section with everyone saying it was going lower. Like, honestly, the amount of hate that I took, you get hate on both ends of it. Like, at the bottom of a bear market, everyone screams at you for telling them to buy. And at the top of a bear market, everyone screams at you for telling them to short it. So you can't win. As somebody that puts yourself out there, you just don't win. Not in the eyes of the people that watch you. Everyone just always views themselves as more intelligent than you, in general. And the ones that don't generally do pretty well. It's all being able to, I mean, even for me, I consume other people's content just to understand what their opinions are and stuff like that. I'm not saying that I'm right here. I'm most likely I'm not. I'm going to keep holding on to it though, just in case. We are down, up, $50 from my entry here. I might fancy one more stab at the short, but the thing is it even worth it? If we're going to come up to here again, that's so aggressive, by the way. This is like a very, very aggressive pump back. Lovely to see. Shows me that the market's got a lot of confidence in itself, but mildly worrying if it does go down again, because it'll really beat sentiment, won't it? People won't be very happy. Do drop a like on today's stream if you are just tuning in, by the way. And if you don't already have an account on Blowfin, go and get yourself one, because now we're actually nowhere near losing as much money as what we were losing just a few moments ago. So that's going much better than what it was. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Check it out. You'll find a link to Blowfin in today's video description. 0 KYC, so you don't need to worry about all the putting your ID in and stuff like that. You can just trade directly on there, just deposit your assets. And if you deposit and trade $5 million worth of volume through the link in today's video description, they will send you a bunch of money. Now, I want to point out how easy it is to do. They give you $1,500 to go buy yourself an iPhone with, or whatever you want. It's 100% withdrawable USDT that they'll send you. I want to point out how easy it is to actually do that. So the trades that I've got open here, so that's $369,000. To open and close that trade, that's $740,000 worth of volume. So all I'd have to do is open and close a trade like that, like 5 times, and it's done. It's not even a lot of money that I've got into it. There's, in margin here, there's $2,000 of margin, or $6,000 of margin. So to send it back and forth a few times, and then they'll send you $1,500. So if you want to do that, only 2 people are able to claim it. Nobody's claimed it so far. all you need to do is make a new account on the link in today's video description and do $5 million worth of volume, and that $1,500 is yours. So yeah, check out the link for Bluffing in today's video description, everybody. Let's have a look here. We're also doing the $10,000 to $100,000 trading challenge over on Bluffing at the moment. So it's unbelievably strong, isn't it? Unbelievably strong. Did that guy lose his money yet? No, not at 99 yet. He'll lose it. 100%. The question is, am I going to lose mine? Probably. Bluffing is allowed in Canada. Directly send money from my account. Yes, David. Very good. Glad to hear it. Again, it's one of them things. Sometimes it says, "Oh, just use." Well, it doesn't say use a VPN, but if you are in a restricted region, just use a VPN, and then it's not an issue. It's like the UK government at the moment, like going, "Oh, children don't know what VPNs are." I bet you ExpressVPN has never made more money in a day than what it did the other day. And if you want a cheap VPN, by the way, there is a link for a cheap VPN in today's video description. It's ExpressVPN. I've used it for years. You've probably all heard of ExpressVPN anyway. But from my perspective, it's the best VPN because I've used it for years and I've never had an issue with it. It's been great. So yeah, do check it out. I think it's pretty cheap as well, this ExpressVPN. Can't remember what the offer is, but you'll find it linked in today's video description. So if you do fancy a VPN, then and you don't have one and you need one, in fact, I'll click on that link. Let's have a look. How much does it cost? It's like literally at the top of today's video description. Let's bring it up here and load up the page. So what does that end up costing? Oh, the link's dead. Why is the link dead? Oh yeah, because I'm in Dubai. Yeah, you can't access VPN websites in Dubai. And if I turn my VPN on, that's why I remember now, I never have it loaded up because I can't actually access it without running a VPN. And if you stream through a VPN, the quality of the stream's terrible. So that guy's not lost his money yet. He loses it in $20 time. So we're not that far off that guy in the chat losing his money. What trade do you have open right now, and what is your take profit? I mean, man, it's more like a TL. Where am I going to take my losses? These ones don't really care. They're just pennies, aren't they? It's not really for a lot of money. These ones, the Bitcoin one, again, it's pennies for Bitcoin. That I will probably just dollar cost average it and sort it out. This ETH one, again, I'll wait for it to find a level of resistance. I'm not going to lose any money on it. I'm pretty comfortable. $4 in a loss, it's fine. I'll just triple the size of the trade, then bring my entry right next to the price and then close it as soon as the price comes down. Like I do that kind of thing all the time. It's very degenerate because if you're wrong, it can be very expensive. But look, it's the easiest way to get out of a bad trade is just have deep pockets and keep putting in. And then when you keep putting in, you just got to be very careful. If you don't have deep pockets and you try a strategy like that, it can go against you. It can be very expensive. I do it because I'm a trained professional and also the founder of Crypto Saving Expert. And if you want access to all of my trades and everything that I do, then you can join Crypto Saving Expert today, where you get access to all of the courses on there. It's £20 a month. You get access to all of these courses, not just like blockchain development and how to get a job in crypto and that kind of side of thing, but also like how to make money and all this other stuff on here. There's just so much information, as well as, of course, the trading courses on here, of which there is many trading courses, like 1.5 hours, 35 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Like there's some pretty big things, like the chart patterns things here. We can click on there, we can start the things. What are flags? The bull flags. Goes through it, explains all of the different things. It explains how you can apply it. Triple top. So all these things that you can use to improve your own trading, everything like that, is within this course. And well, there's just many different aspects to it. Create a winning trading strategy. That's also a course that you can do. Like it tells you everything that you need to know. But without spending too much time on it, I'll go back over to the payment page. Basically, I'll drop a link for it in the chat. If you want to do it, it's £20 a month if you use code ATH80. That's ATH80. And make sure you use it on the monthly plan. So there's a little thing here, monthly plan. Press the little button and it switches between them. So you're looking Community Plus, monthly plan. And then you can join it. Everybody that joins it says it was the best decision. Like, I'm not even joking. It gets so many good positive reviews. It's a shame that more people don't join because there is such a good community of people that we've built. This is just a V-shaped recovery. I mean, it is until it's not anymore. Wait till it comes back to me. Mr. Singh in the chat, you should do whatever you think is correct. I can't tell you what to do. I can tell you that I'm holding short and I've got enough money to back this trade into infinity, pretty much. But I'm not going to do that, obviously. If I have, this is the thing about having a small trade, right? You have a small trade that goes long. Oh, look. Something's struggling with the old graphics card here. Why is it doing that? I'm just gonna see for a second if I turn it back on and it's being all weird. There must be too much something on my you know what it is? It's probably that combined with the fact that Bitcoin's been going down. Yeah, 100%. My computer's struggling for some reason. Why is it struggling? It shouldn't be struggling. I maybe should close down that. There we go. Maybe I should close down. It's the graphics card in the computer. It's struggling for some reason. It shouldn't be struggling. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down BYBIT for a second because BYBIT takes up so much space. I'm going to turn the camera off and then I'm going to turn the camera on. And then hopefully it'll fix the issue. So, camera off, camera on. Please fix the issue. Yay, it fixed it. Look at that. Tech genius, me. Turn it off, turn it on. Fixed. Very good. Apologies about that. It looked like you're actually more of a camera issue than anything else. And now I have to load back up BYBIT again. So, here we go. I trade on both BYBIT and Bluefin. But for many people, BYBIT is not available. There is also an affiliate link for BYBIT in today's video description, which does give nice bonuses and stuff. BYBIT is a fantastic exchange platform. It's just not available EU, UK, US, Canada. Basically anywhere where people speak English, you're not allowed to use BYBIT. So it is what it is. Can we have an analysis based on 15-minute and 5-minute chart, please? I just want to understand your point of view. I currently got buy open. I'm thinking to short from 117,400. It won't get to your buy, or rather, it won't get to your short position at this point, I don't think. For me, this is... It could do. But why 117,400? That's like aggressively above resistance. You'd be better off, rather than having an order in the order book, playing it by ear. Because the thing is, if we're at 117,400, odds are we'll keep blasting and go up to 118. Copper futures just rugged. We can have a look at copper futures. That sounds interesting. It's a bit of something different. Copper. Let's have a look. Oh, Christ. Wow. What's going on with copper? Did someone decide that they don't want copper anymore? Or did someone discover a bunch of new copper? Who knows? I wonder if Stonksy called it on a high time frame. No. I mean, there's no way that you can call that. That whole move is in 1 minute. Something just happened with copper, though. Don't know what it is. But if you want to buy copper, it's cheap right now. Copper just lost a bunch of value. Copper is excluded from Trump's tariffs, apparently. Exclude. That's good for copper, isn't it? excluded. If it was, I don't know. But if it's excluded from the tariff, surely that's bullish for it. Either way, I don't think shorting 117,400's the best. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not the world's best trader by any means. I'm okay, but I am not making money today, am I? So we're at where we're at. A lovely pump back. A very nice pump back. Let's. What comes next here? Are we gonna get rid? It doesn't look it to me. I mean, Bitcoin has done a lot of big moves recently. It has done a lot of big moves recently. What's my thought on Doge DJI 6930? I haven't. Is this one of those ones that ends up in my comment section that gets spammed in there by a billion bots and I can't go through and delete it all because there's so many comments? Let's have a look. We need to go for that. We need to go over to Dex Screener. Chippy's looking cheap today, by the way, just a heads up. DJI 6930. Okay, so it's Doge. Okay, it's like a combination of Dow Jones and Doge. I have no opinion on this. It's got $1 million in liquidity. It looks pretty strong, but I don't want to tell you not to buy it because it's one of them things whereby if it's got the right people behind it, it'll do very well because they'll just keep putting their own money in, and then one day they'll decide to pull it all out. But it kind of looks to me like they're trying to build something a bit more longer term. Looking at the chart anyway, it certainly looks like they're trying to put a lot of money in and build it longer term. So it doesn't look terrible to me. But I wouldn't want to say buy it either, just in case it goes down. So from my perspective, it is a solid sitting on the fence on that one. The USA just got rid of the penny, no more copper. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? USA penny. News for US penny. That's true. But that was in May. So the US Treasury has confirmed the end of the penny. 1 cent coins will stop being produced in the US next year, the Treasury Department has confirmed. It marks the phasing out of coins, commonly known as pennies, which have been in circulation for more than 2 centuries. President Donald Trump told the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in February to stop minting the coins, calling them wasteful. There has been a long debate over the cost and usefulness of pennies in the USA. So the penny is going to be no longer. So that's an easy one, is that? Start collecting pennies, because in the future they might be worth 2 pence per penny because they'll become a limited supply asset. Stop to say hello and drop a like on the stream. Thank you very much. And stay now and leave me running in the background on mute. I'd appreciate it. It's good for watch time. Someone just said 117321 double top on the 1 minute chart, lol. Let's have a look. What do you say? 117321. I mean, you can't really call it a double top, being it's on the 1 minute. But I mean, you could even have it on the 1 second. To call a double top on a chart that's so zoomed in is crazy. This is a bull flag. I'm wrong. I should not be shorting. I should have exited by now. This is a bull flag. It is technically a lower high. Technically. That is a low high. I'm pretty sure that there, where's the status bit? There it is. The high on that is 117296, and the high on this one is 117292. So technically, it is a lower high, meaning that technically we should come to the downside here. So it was costing 4 cents per penny. Yeah, that's just crazy. My dot bag round tripped again. You mentioned yesterday still the chance to do okay. Where do you think it can get as a medium and not overly bullish target range? $9. $9 will be the very peak of dot, and that's where I'll dump all mine. Is Quibic worth buying AI related crypto? I'm getting it shilled heavily to me at the moment, Quibic. I see it in every message I get Quibic, 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 Quibic. Is it a coin market cap job? Quebec. Am I spelling this wrong? How do we spell it? I've lost your comment now. Cubic. Cubic, there we go. 214. Yeah, I get this shilled to me like non-stop. Everyone's saying it's like a Monero monster. It just eats all Monero. It's been having a lot of interest in it recently. All I can say is people really suddenly care about it. The price is up double from the bottom, but that's not of great concern. I honestly don't know. It depends on if we get a bull market or not. If we're going into a bull market, sure, it's amazing. If we're not going into a bull market, no, it's terrible. My concern at the moment sits with, do we hold this level of support now at 3768? If we hold the level of support at 3768, we should continue being fine. Don't forget to drop a like on today's stream. We've got 220 likes. That's the most likes that I've had on a video in ages. So it's my birthday. I've lost $6,000 for the sake of this stream. Press that like button. I'd appreciate it. Means a lot. Now, how are we getting on? Back to the downside. Getting rejected. Looks like we could be going down. Maybe I'll manage to get out of these trades. That'd be a miracle. So, what's your take profit for the Bitcoin USD short? It's just whatever it looks like, really. It's one Bitcoin short. It's not really a short position. It's as much as, for me, the sizing on that, it's just nothing. Is Bitcoin going to drop $10,000 to yield me a decent return on it and give me 14 grand? Probably not, no. Is it going to drop $1,000? Probably not, no. Had it already dropped $1,000? Yes. For me, all we're doing here, everyone that entered the position here on the way down during the meeting needs squeezing out and scaring out of that position. So much of this pump is people closing trades that they bought here. A lot of this people closing trades, or the people that started shorting here, are closing here for a loss. And at the point where enough people have closed, enough people will re-enter short positions here and the price will go back down. That's the logic. In terms of price targets, look, I go with the feel of it. You like the video? No, don't like the video twice because that makes you unlike the video. Great stream. Curious, what do you think about the RWA Inc. and their new platform? Again, another one of them. In a bull market, it'll be amazing. Inc. Right. So very, very low market cap. Christ. Got a couple decent exchange listings there as well. As long as they don't get delisted from them, it's good. Investor platform. Invest from $1 in early stage startups. Let's go over to their platform and have a look. Wow, that's bright. Ooh. Your destination for finding real world assets. RWA token launches. I don't love it. The problem is, that'll do rubbish and that'll do rubbish, because the thing is, I'm not touching pre-sales. So, regardless of what I say on Twitter, I'm not touching pre-sales. I don't want to invest in pre-sales anymore. I'm done. You lose money on 40. So maybe I might pick one that I really like. But aside from that, I just don't want to play the pre-sale game anymore. I believe that it's predominantly a scam. I've been really turned off to it because the founders in the pre-sale space, they're just very low quality people. Even look at Gunzilla. I put in 50 grand into Gunzilla. I don't know where my node is. It took them forever to launch the token. When they did launch the token, they decided to launch it on a bad day to launch a token. The price dumped. It's done nothing since. If you look at Gun token here, this is why I'm done with pre-sales. Like, Gunzilla was meant to be like the one. It was meant to be like the 1000x token of this cycle. And we look at the chart, and everything else has been pumping recently, and this is Gunzilla's token. The founder is out there telling us that his product's the best thing on earth, and it's going to get billions of players, and it's all going to go amazing. He's full of crap. I'm not on mute. I nearly was on mute, but I'm not on mute. Anyway, as I was saying, the Gunzilla founder is full of crap. I think it's wrong. I think it's robbery to promise what he promised. When he gets on stage and he says this is going to be the world's biggest product and it's going to have thousands of users and everything's going to go amazingly well, and yet the people that fund the product get absolutely stiffed by him. I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. You could say the same about what's another one? Cross the Ages. What was Cross the Ages token called? Cross the Ages. It's CRA. CTA, that's it. Yeah, you look at this. It's just like, this guy is out there telling us how great his project is. Mate, it's an absolute bag of crap. Look at this. Why would I play the pre-sale game when you've got a founder that's just so full of shit? Like, I'm like down terribly on, and he's like, oh, I'm going to refund you if you don't post about my product or whatever when I'd invested in it. It's like, there's no term in my contract that says I've got to promote your shit product. Anyway, we're in this situation now where the price is in the toilet. He does nothing about it. You don't hear from him. And it is what it is. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he's a liar. Like, you've not supported your token at all. You've done nothing for the token holders that funded the development of the product. So I don't like that. I think it's really dishonest and wrong. And sure, yeah, it had a run up here to 9 cents from being down at 1 cent. And you could celebrate that as, oh my God, it's done a 10x. Yeah, but not for me. I bought in back here. This is my break even. Or my break even was what, 10 cents? Pre-sale was 10 cents, I think, maybe. Maybe it was 15 cents or something like that. We've merely been there for like a second, and that's still at a 3% loss as to where I bought in. Like, I think as somebody that funds projects pre-launch, they're just crap. Like, look at this. This is this, and you know what annoys me, right? This is the project dumping. You don't have such a linear sell-off. That doesn't exist. This is the project dumping into you. This is the scam. So you see it again. Project buying. Project, like, could you get a less natural looking chart? Like, come on. Like, project pumps the price. Project dumps on everyone. Project slowly sells off for a couple days. Project pumps the price, gets everyone excited. Project dumps on them. It pumps the price, gets them all excited. Project dumps on them. Like, it's just this repetitive crap that you see over and over again in these crypto projects. Like, this is the most manipulated thing that I think I've ever actually seen on BYBIT. I'm surprised they allow this to be listed because it's rubbish. Like, look at this. This is not price action. This is not real people trading it. This is a bot that you're paying a market maker to make the price go up and down. I'm sorry to be rude, but that's how it looks. It's my opinion. I'm allowed an opinion, but I apologize if my opinion upsets anybody that actually likes Cross the Ages. But this chart is like somebody is clearly selling using a bot, and someone is clearly buying using a bot. So what do you expect me to see when I look at it? Like, this is manipulated. Even if it's not the team, it's some kind of person that's a professional market maker, because you don't end up with charts that look like this naturally. Natural chart action doesn't look like that. And even then, like all these projects, what they do is they launch a project and then they'll do a bunch of promotions of it and they'll just keep selling into the price because they get unlocked tokens from day one. So that's my problem with all of the pre-sale investing. We could look at so many of these coins. Like we see the ones, there was some new stuff today that's out, isn't there? All this stuff. Tree launches today. What's going to happen to Tree, I wonder? I mean, I think you can do this on perpetuals, but Tree launches, boom. Everyone starts selling off their tokens. Tree's probably not sold anything yet. And then Tree will probably pump up the price to get people excited. When the people get excited, they'll start dumping on everybody. Like that's the profit model in these things. It's not to actually be a good project. It's to just keep dumping on people. So that's why I struggle with a lot of stuff. This thing, for example, whatever the hell this is, same thing. It's just sell from day one. It's just sell. There's no upside. So no, I don't do pre-sales and stuff anymore. I don't need to dwell on that too much, but it's one of them. The founders come at it with such big egos, especially like the ones that I've mentioned. Like around the time they were like putting all these terms and everything on like I'd invest in a project and like I need you to shill it on your channel every day. You need to help me. I put out a few tweets here and there and they'd be like, it's not enough. You know, I let you invest in my project. Like, fuck off, man. I gave you 25 grand. Refund me. You won't. Because the thing is, when you go to these projects and you ask for a refund, they go, no, not giving you a refund. Whereas before, at the start, when they were threatening a refund, when they had the huge market cap when they first launched, you're like, at this point, I'm giving my refund. But they won't give it now. So, like, there's so many projects that I've had this conversation with. They're all just people that want to buy it. I could bet you the founder of Cross the Ages is a very nice car. In fact, I know he's probably got a very nice car because I know he's rich. He was rich pre-Cross the Ages. The founder of... there's so many founders. What's another founder? Oh, that was one that was really bad. Beoble. What a prick. I wonder if that's still listed. Baby L, or whatever it was called. Beoble. Let's see if it's on CoinMarketCap. It used to be on BYBIT. It might have been delisted. But this guy were a right wanker. Yeah. Look at him. He's rugged it. This guy at the time was like, oh, my project's the best thing on earth. I'm so... You should be thanking me to let you invest $15,000 in my project. Look, he's been delisted from every exchange. He doesn't have any liquidity. And his token market cap is $16,000. I'd be willing to bet the guy has at least a Richard Mille, an AP, a Patek, or a Rolex, or multiple. I'd be willing to bet he's got at least got one supercar. I'd be willing to bet he's at least got $2 or $3 million in property. And I would be willing to bet that he made all of his money, or at least 90% of it, using this as the vehicle of which to do it. And that's why we don't play that game anymore. We only invest in legitimate projects built by legitimate people. So, yeah, Beoble, what a prick. Drop a like on the stream. I forget to say that every now and again. What do I think? I'm not just doing like random... I don't care about SoFon. I don't know what SoFon is. I have no opinion on SoFon. I'll just insult you by saying it's crap. So I'm not looking at it. I don't know what it is. I'm not just looking at random projects. I don't know what they are. I'll take the odd one, but I wanna just focus a little bit of attention on this because we break through this blue line here. Bosh, off to the races again. Next blue line's up here. So that could be a bit of a tricky situation for me. But maybe I want to could double down the short here. That sounds like a fun and risky move. Do we double down the short here? Yeah. Right, we've doubled down the short here. So now you can guarantee this breaks out. Absolute 100% guarantee. This is going to break out now. It's going to go all the way to this blue line and it's going to cost me a fortune. And I don't want that to happen, but I've pressed the button now, so we'll see what happens. What do you think about Borg? I really like Borg. SWISSBORG is one of my favorite altcoins. I hold a lot of SWISSBORG coins. I will forever hold a lot of SWISSBORG coins. Their incentive program is the best incentive program in crypto. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of SWISSBORG, and I think that Borg token will do at least a 20x in this bull, like at least a 20x. I invested in 10 plus private sales and IDOs in 2024. Most took a year to list, and every single one is in the red lol. BBL was one of them. Some others are Zyro, Earnum, and Exceed. Yeah, and every single one of them did bad, didn't they? Because of the founders. Because when you actually meet the founders of these projects, they've already launched like 6 other projects under 6 different names. And all they ever do is come up with these just generic ideas. They make a website in India, pay a guy like £4.80 to make a website. They make up all this jargon. They never got any intention of completing anything. They just keep selling the token until they get delisted off the exchange and then delete the Twitter account. And that's the scam. So I think it's the problem with the altcoin industry is it's very dishonest. And the founders in Web3 are often very low quality individuals that generally are straight off the streets. They're about as good as a drug dealer. Like, they're pretty good at their job at extracting cash. But yeah, they scammed everybody, these people. It surprises me that there's not more people that get knocked off for doing it. You'd expect that, like, you occasionally hear of, oh, so-and-so, the founder of this project got murdered the other week. Like, you'd expect to hear more of it. But these people, even when they're launching projects, often they're doing it under a fake name. That's how sly they are. Like, I've come to find that out about a few projects that have got a founder, and I'll actually investigate the founder. It turns out he's got a fake name. It's unbelievable. So what you've got to consider is anything that's new is trash. Everything that's here is still pretty good. Stick with what's already built. What's already built will benefit us in the future. What's not built yet, we don't need it anyway. If it were, like, ultimately the market's saturated. The market doesn't need more altcoins. Any new altcoin that's coming to market is probably not that great. So everything that already exists is fine, but new stuff, not interested. Talk about Bitcoin chart and nothing else, please. No one cares about your life story. Stop wasting our time. Why don't you just not watch? I'm not forcing you to sit. What am I going to say about the Bitcoin chart? That it's going sideways. Hi guys, the Bitcoin's still going sideways. Not a lot's happening. It'll probably go down soon. That's what I'm hoping for, so that I can get out of this terrible trade that I've put myself into over on Ethereum. That's my current situation, and I'm just kind of talking to distract myself from it. Thoughts about tomorrow, Birchie and his meme. Tomorrow, Birchie and his meme. I don't know anything about Tom Birch's new meme coins. Tom Birch is making another meme coin. It won't go as well as what Bevo did, I don't think, because he's not asked me about it. So he won't get my community involved with it, I don't think. Unless you guys are, like, now suddenly Tom Birch fans. The only reason Bevo went very well is because of us. We all got involved with it. But if we don't get involved in something, or it doesn't have the wider community support, it won't go that well. It's kind of like Soul Season. They tried to piggyback off Chippy, and it never worked for him. And then the price, what's Soul Season at now? Soul Season. It's not even there. What about that? It's not here. Soul Season. Nope, it's not there. So that tells you how well it went. To be fair, that's been pumping while we've been waiting for ETH to come back down to give me a bit of a break. We're getting close now. Come on. Just $8. Let me get out. Please. Please. Just $8 more. What do you think about Sui and Ada? Love Sui. Not bothered about Ada. Most genuine Yank crypto influencer or founder you've dealt with? Crypto Zombie is a lovely guy. Really like Crypto Zombie as a person. He's such a nice guy. He's really rich. Like, really rich. Crypto Zombie is like just like one of the richest guys on YouTube. No one even knows that, but he's like really rich. He's been doing Bitcoin for so long, and he's not fumbled the bag or anything. He fumbled it on altcoins like we all did, but not on Bitcoin. Then who else? The Moon's a really nice guy. Chris Crypto's a really nice guy. Moon can be a bit moonish with people that he don't like, maybe. But on the whole, he's a really nice guy. I've nothing but good things to say about him. So he's always been really nice to me. He's always done right by me. And to be fair, every little bit of advice he's ever given me, it was always really good advice. Then Crypto Rover's a really nice guy. Didi Tahitu from the Bitcoin family is a really nice guy. I met Didi in Thailand last time I was in Thailand. We went for lunch with him and his wife and my girlfriend. Everyone's really nice. Like in the YouTube space, they're all really nice. Oh, Crypto King in the chat. Yeah, you as well. You know what I mean about Moon. Can be moonish. But he's really nice. It's just like if you're a waiter, maybe just bring him his food at the correct temperature and exactly how he wants it. Then, you know who someone that's actually been a lot better with me recently, who didn't used to like me, is Coach K. I like Coach K a lot. I think he's a really nice guy. But he didn't used to like me. Thought I were a prick. Superman's all right, but he's always been a bit of a like standoffish with me because I said all them things about him years ago. Founders, there's no point me going and laying into founders. I'm not just. I'll lay into the ones that I think kind of brought it on with their ego. I think when you have an ego the size of a school bus, and then it doesn't work out, like. Prepare for the bed that you've built yourself. James Crypto Guru, again, really nice guy. Always very scared about his location, like super scared about his location. Always thinks that somebody's going to come around with a knife on his neck. Like he's proper paranoid about that. But he is correct to be, because there's been guys that have been completely done over small amounts of money, like for a watch or something like that. Crypto Glasgow, they're all nice. Yeah, they're nice guys. I've only met them a couple of times in person, though. We always say we're going to meet up, and when they come out to Dubai. Now, Deck lives in Dubai, I think it is. The other one doesn't. But I've not met them since they've been out here, to be fair. But that's the way it goes. Like, everyone lives out here, but no one ever meets each other. We all just sit inside and make videos, focus on work. Or Deck, if you Deck just probably drives around in his McLaren all day. Tugs himself off to his own McLaren. Loves it, doesn't he? So the steak wasn't exactly as predicted, yeah. I've been with him at Hakkasan in London, and he was very I was like, whoa. Nice guy though, really nice, but you've got to know him. Richard Hart, prick. He was just took a bunch of my time, taught him a bunch of stuff, and then never said thank you, and then proceeded to be rude about me on Twitter. So yeah, Richard Hart's a prick, two-faced. That's my thought on Richard Hart. It's a shame, really, because on the phone call, it was really nice. Who else have we got in this industry? There's a lot of guys, and they're all generally very nice. Where things get complicated is when money starts exchanging hands, and then that can change relationships. Oh, CryptoJack. CryptoJack's lovely. Really like CryptoJack. Go play golf with CryptoJack every now and again. When he's in Dubai, I don't think he's here yet. When he gets back, though, we'll go play golf. Ben's BTC. In fact, I said I was going to help Ben. So if you could all, if you fancy doing me a favor, go and subscribe to Ben's channel. I'll drop a link for it in the chat. Go and subscribe to Ben's channel. Click on a video of his, and tell him that I sent you. So click on. I'm gonna put a link in the chat to Ben's BTC. Go and subscribe to him, and tell him that I sent you. So that's the link. I know that it'll cause people to leave my stream, but it's okay. come back here once you've done that. I'm afraid to go to sleep because what if the price goes up or down and I am in the exact opposite trade? Maybe close your trade. Maybe then you won't have that issue. I want to close half of this here. This is looking so much better for me. I have to do it. I know it's expensive to close, but it's cheaper to close than it is to hold and keep going up. This is quite a sized position, to be fair, at 120. Like, that doesn't require, it's 0.1% move in profit for me, and then we're all gravy. Bitcoin appears to be coming down a bit now. I'm just worried about the bounce here because it'll just prolong things. Like if we're looking at this and we're going, okay, well, it'll probably do this, come down, bounce, come back up here, maybe a little bit like that. Then you really want to wish you got out at that point, don't you? Which is why I have covered off part of the ETH position, because now that means in the event where I'm wrong here, I can then wait for the next level of resistance. And I can press the short button again. BitBoy, you had a misunderstanding initially. Then there was a brawl of answer. I mean, this was what was always strange about BitBoy. When he remembers things, what he actually remembered, I never disagreed with him because he's BitBoy and like bit volatile as a character. But we never actually had a disagreement, and I never actually had anything bad to say about BitBoy. I have always quite liked BitBoy. And I've always had a lot of respect for him. I may have made a joke one time on a stream. And I think maybe he thought about it for a very long time. You know, like people can do, like you say, just a comment. I make a lot of sarcastic comments. And I think what happened is I must have made a sarcastic comment, not thought anything about it, just like made a casual joke. And he's gone like that and just got all annoyed. Because I know for a while he didn't invite me back on Around the Blockchain when he used to do that. I got invited off it. Like I just wasn't on the list for ages. But then I was nice to him again, and he was fine about it. But I think that we're all in his head, to be honest. I never actually had a problem with him. I always got along well with him, and I always had a lot of respect for him because he was number one. And like, you don't want to have a problem with the guy that's number one. So, but these days I have no problem with anyone in this industry apart from project founders, because I believe that they pay themselves too much and they are generally assholes, in my experience. What do you think about CryptoFace? Really nice guy. I have had phone calls with CryptoFace over the years. We speak to each other probably once every 2 years, mainly in bear markets, and console each other. But these days, CryptoFace, he's made a lot of money recently. He's doing really well for himself. Probably one of the richer crypto streamers, richer than me for sure. But yeah, CryptoFace is just a nice guy, very, very honest, and gives good advice. He's always right. He's another one where he's just always right. Eric Crown, I don't really know, but I don't have an issue with him. I spoke to him a couple of times, but he's one of them ones where Eric Crown goes to the gym a lot, and I think he hangs around with tall people, whereas I'm 5'10". So in Asia, I'm quite tall, but in Europe, I'm not. So Crown is friend. You always find this at crypto events. It's actually so bad. Like the short people all hang around together and the tall people all hang around together. And it's really weird. And all the VCs tend to be really tall and muscly. And all the YouTubers tend to be short and dumpy. And that tells you how much work a VC does versus a YouTuber. Look, if you're short and dumpy, it's because you're working all the time. And if you're if you're a VC, then you're generally ripped. Andy Bitcoin Census, very nice guy. I've had a few good nights out with Andy from Bitcoin Census. Very nice guy. George from Cryptosaurus, never met him. He's always ignored my tweets. Don't have a lot to say about the guy. Don't really have an opinion on him. I'm sure he's nice, but he's never been nice to me. So don't know it. I don't know the guy. How do you make money? You're always losing on trades. I don't get it. Well, I make money on some of the trades. It's called risk mitigating. You have to mitigate your risk in order to make a profit. So I just do a lot of risk mitigation. I'll place a trade, I'll mitigate it, I'll mitigate it, I'll mitigate it. I might lose 20 grand mitigating it, and then it'll come good. I have learned over the years that I'm pretty good at being correct, but I'm generally just early. Do you ever worry about suspended guy CoffeeZilla coming after you? No, because I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't see what he would have to complain about. And also, CoffeeZilla copied my content style. I used to make the CoffeeZilla's the videos before CoffeeZilla made his videos. I've been making them videos since 2016. I stopped making them videos because a man turned up at my house with a bat and a bunch of black guys that were all big. So at that point, I was like, maybe I don't want to make these videos about these scammers anymore because maybe they're going to turn up at my house with a baseball bat and a gang of black guys. It was scary, very scary. I was just like, turn the lights off, we're not in. That happened. They were like braying on the door and called the police and whatnot, and then they all left. But yeah, that happened to me in central London. That's when I lived in central London as well. You could just get in the lift. You didn't need... In Dubai, it's good because like you scan a card, you can't get to the right floor unless you've got the right card. And then even if you were on the right floor, all the doors are locked and you've still got to scan a different card to get through the doors. So, and then also in Dubai, I counted it on my way to my room, there is like 78 cameras between walking in the front door, and they're all facial recognition cameras, so you're done. No one's going to... You're not going to be able to walk into my building in a balaclava, put it that way. So it's very safe. But in London, it wasn't safe. It was very dangerous. Tyler S, I've had some good banter with him on Twitter, but I've never actually spoke to him really. Never met Crypto Jeb. Chico, Crypto. I think he has mental issues. I'm not sure, but I know that he once went mental at me over pretty much nothing. And so I can only assume, because he had that mental breakdown on YouTube, I can only assume that he continued his mental breakdown. Or he would have been pretty rich. Like the guy would have been worth maybe $8 to $10 million. He'd been doing YouTube for years. He'd taken so much money in sponsorships. If you wanted to make a Crypto Chico video on his channel, it was going to be like 30 grand. So he must have made good out of that. I don't know where he went. And the thing is, around the time that he disappeared, I thought his life was going pretty well for him. So I don't know why he went. But I do know that he had some mental issues. So maybe that caught up with him. What was that Crypto Crew, or did he just threaten to... Oh, he was just full of shit. He never did anything. The thing about Mr. Crypto Crew University is he's a softie. Yes, I made my video. No, it's no longer on the internet. I don't have any beef with the guy. I don't want any beef with the guy. I'm just talking to the chat at this point, and I'm probably saying way too much. But it's fine. What are you going to do? You're going to come and shout at me? I'd love to make a crypto drama channel again. Because honestly, there's so much drama. We're doing everything. And like, if you love gossip, like I'm not like up on it all. But certainly, over the years, there's been some really fun stories. Do you remember the time that, what was he called? That guy that did a bunch of cocaine in and got addicted to leverage trading and then borrowed a bunch of money off people. He was an Australian guy. Alex, was he called? What was he called? Alex Saunders, is it? That he basically borrowed a bunch of money off a bunch of famous people. Said that he was a pro trader, dug himself a giant hole leverage trading, and got addicted to cocaine, and then made a whole video like having a mental breakdown on Twitter. That was a fun time. Somebody saying Bitcoin pumping. I don't know about pumping, but it's certainly rising. Yeah, this is what we said it would do. Come down, touch the line, come back up. So now this is the point of which your inflection point, that bit there. We're coming up to it. Remember that nasty German? What was his name? Nasty German. You mean the one who was Austrian? He was Austrian. Oh, the one that was in the BitConnect 2.0 video. He was Austrian. What was he called? Anders Breivik. I don't know. I can't remember his name. But we found him. We found him. He'd be so rich right now as well if he'd just bought Bitcoin. They need to get involved in all that Ponzi scheme shit. I wonder what Trayvon James is up to these days. I bet he's still doing YouTube, and I bet he gets decent views. I'm gonna check to see who's left a comment on Ben's channel. There we go. Liam Wilkinson. Thank you. You're the only person that's listened to me. Everybody, you're under instruction. Do as I say. Go to this link, leave a comment, subscribe to the guy's channel, and tell him that I sent you. Ben's trying to do it full time. Ben doesn't have like the moon cow money. Ben's just like your normal guy, and he wants to go full time YouTube. So go and support him. He's got some subscribers. He does all right, but go support the guy. He's smart. He's been doing it for years. He built a whole indicator and everything like that. He's a very smart guy. Do I remember Crypto Nick? Yeah, I wonder what he's up to these days. He disappeared pretty quickly, didn't he, Crypto Nick? He just disappeared off the face of the earth. Crypto Kirby. Is he still around? He hated me. I once got a message of Crypto Kirby like a long time. I was never even going to make a video about him, but I got like a preemptive video. When I used to make them scam exposing videos, Crypto Kirby once sent me a message saying, do not make one on me. I was like, I wasn't planning on it. I didn't know who he was until he sent me a message. But now I did. There's nothing wrong with them. These people get so concerned, and it's there's no reason to be concerned. Ultimately, I've had them made about me, and the one that was about me, it wasn't even true. That's the annoying thing about it. People watched it, and it caused me so much grief. And that's another reason why I just don't make that kind of video anymore. Drama videos is fun, but exposing videos, they cause people so much loss of time and loss of mental clarity. That's what it does. It occupies a part of your brain and it just nags at you. Like for years I've had that video nag at me. I asked him to take it down. Kindly he took it down. So MDX barely turns up to work. Da Vinci is really rich, but like from promotions rather than the Bitcoin that he bought at $1, from my understanding. I know he's rich, so he's like legitimately wealthy, but it's more he's done well out of the work that he's done in the industry. You commended Crypto Crew on his chart analysis in your video, but basically said don't buy his courses, and he went cray cray. Yeah, no, he was not happy with me. The thing is, right? Put it this way: there is more valuable info, and to this day, I mean, we can do the same thing now, right? I'm gonna do the Crypto Crew University, guys. So watch this, Crypto Crew University. The guy's never right anyway. Like he's right on the long term, but like in the short term, he's about as right as me, which is pretty average. He's got well produced videos. I've got to say, he dresses like a 12-year-old. I don't mean to be rude. He does dress like a 12. Like, come on, man. You got a snapback. You're a 50-year-old man with a snapback. My problem with it is when you go to this and you click down and you look at his thing, his website here. We'll go over to his website. Come on. And I'm just going to do a direct comparison of Crypto Saving Expert versus this. This is the Financial Freedom Academy. Gets lots of money-making trading strategies. Get out of rat race. Cancel anytime. Unlock your exclusive whatever. £99 a month, or $99 a month. Total value, $18,999. I'm sure it's good information. I am. But Crypto Saving Expert's £20. And this is not £20. yeah, so this is just like abhorrently more expensive. And also the thing is, the checkout pages always look like a scam. It's like quite funny, really. Like they're always just done in a click funnel. Like if you just Google what a click funnel is, this is just a click funnel where it just tells you buy, buy, buy. Like, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it tells you to buy 5 times on the same page. Whereas I didn't want my website. By the way, his courses didn't used to be that prices. His courses legitimately used to be like tens of thousands. And the thing is, he makes all his money off courses. So that's a thing that he does. It's a well-produced thing. But then for me, we put that. I say, watch my video. No one is actually really signed up on that plan anyway. Everyone's on the £20 a month plan. And you use code ATH80. And then when you compare what you actually get, you get access to a whole community of people in the Discord here. It's not just me. Like you do get me, but you also get everyone else in here. A lot of people do a lot of discussion in the Flex Trades chat here. So a lot of people post like what their wins are, and there's a lot of discussion that goes in all the groups and stuff like that. Like there's just generally like people chatting, doing whatever. But you don't just get that, you get access to the education. But it's not just education, it's structured education, it's structured learning. You can leave a course and come back to it, and then, okay, we passed that module, we'll come back to this module. And then you can watch Jess here, and she'll explain what's in this thing, and then you can press on Take Quiz, and you can actually quiz yourself on the whole process. And so you go through here, you press on all these buttons, you're like, I'm not reading it, I'm just going through it as fast as I can. You press Submit, and then I got 0 out of thing, I failed it, and now I press Retake Quiz. And so I start it again, and it tells me what a pass is. And then at the end of it all, you get like a certificate and all that stuff. So it's just more well put together, and it costs less. So that would be my assessment, is that it's just poor value for money, and he's selling a dream. I won't tell you that you'll get £1 billion tomorrow, and I'm not going to sell you a dream and tell you that I predicted everything correctly, other than I've told you to buy Bitcoin since it was $3,000 a coin very religiously. So I've been very correct about that. Other than that, their analysis is as useful as... It's not. It's just analysis. Filecoin. Didn't he have a mental breakdown? Yeah. Yeah, he makes so many videos basically saying every eventuality, then he claims he was right. Yep. Can't say that for many people in crypto, to be fair. That grift ended a long time ago, really. Like a lot of people are just up-only guys. I was an up-only guy. And then I discovered the red button, and then I was getting heavy criticism for pressing the red button too frequently. In all fairness, I was pressing it at the wrong times. So that was expensive. Fair enough, deserved criticisms. But equally, it doesn't make me a bad trader just because I discovered the red button. It means that when the next time it goes red, when things start going south, it'll be a juicy time. Like, I'm ready to be bearish. I can be bearish at a moment's notice. I won't struggle when the time comes to FOMO into some huge bearish positions. That won't be an issue for me. So I'm just kind of waiting to get out of this trade, and then I'm going to go to bed. I can't believe we hadn't had an altcoin season yet. I've been in last cycles, and it's always happened by now. Yeah, but it's because too many people's burnt, and there's not enough new people to come in. So that's the problem so far. There's just not enough people to cause prices to increase. Bro, like the guy in the chat, bro, why you sell? Next price is 4,000. I get it all the time. As I keep saying, I just need the price to drop $8, and then I don't have to be. What do you think about always bullish crypto love? He's been correct. The guy's really rich. Like a lot of us, it's just all these guys are really rich. All BitBoy had to do was keep making videos on his second channel and not go crazy at a judge, and he would still be here with us. But he couldn't do that, could he? His ego got the better of him, and that's what it is. Unfortunately, it's ego. You just couldn't let it slip. For me, I don't suffer from the ego disease, so I can't tell if you're joking, anti-hack, but obviously I'm not going to get liquidated. I'd take a loss long before I got liquidated. Most of learning crypto, in my opinion, is determining when we are in a bull and bear market is just low leveraging longs and shorts respectively. Yeah, pretty much. It's just being sensible. You want to make money in this market, just be sensible. You're going to be right eventually. So say that you took the short position here, but if you took it on a low leverage, it wouldn't matter because you'd have been able to cash it there. Like, you'd say you take the long position here. Eventually, you're going to be right, and it's going to break back to the upside. You can be right in both directions. It's leverage that determines if you're actually able to be correct, depending on if you had to get out of your position, if you were over-leveraged. The only times when I don't make money is when I've applied too much leverage to something and I can't hold it long enough for me to make money. That's the only time. Even if you were still short at $100,000, if you're not wiped out, at some point, you will be in profit. Bitcoin will go below $100,000 again. It's inevitable. Whether it takes a year, 3 years, or 5 years, it will happen. Bitcoin will go below $100,000 again. It's not like it's done going below 100K. It just, people struggle to get their mind around that as a reality. Your stop loss is my take profit, bro. I mean, I don't really care. It's not really a competition of me versus you, is it? But the odds of me being correct at some point is pretty high. Remember his crusade against SBF? Yeah, no, that was legendary. BitBoy versus Sam Bankman-Fried was a legendary part of crypto history that if you've only joined us in the past year or so, you have missed out on the best time. Honestly, there wasn't a better time in history. It was amazing. BitBoy on meth flying out to the Bahamas to go and confront Sam Bankman-Fried, then actually getting Sam Bankman-Fried on a call and Sam Bankman-Fried talking to him, trying to explain himself. Then Sam gets arrested. Then Sam gets 30 years in prison. Caroline Ellison gets pretty much nothing. BitBoy goes crazy about the whole thing, takes all the credit, then stands outside some New York building or whatever it was. I think it was the Federal Reserve, and he was insistent that he was going to do something to Jerome Powell or something. He was stood there with a sign. I can't remember what it was about. It was amazing. BitBoy was the best. Since BitBoy's gone, crypto's been boring because there's been no cracked out kind of millionaire just going mental on the internet. He was the entertainment. He was amazing. And everyone's so mean about him, but at the end of the day, look, he entertained you and he didn't charge you a penny for that entertainment. He was the best. All you've got to do is just enjoy it. Tron Short did well. Very good to hear it. SBF eating chow right now. Yeah, so's BitBoy. I mean, BitBoy might just be getting injected with slop, to be honest, if he's in an insane asylum. I hope he's not, but I mean, I hope he is. He needs to get better. I want BitBoy back, and I'll do everything I can to help him get back on his feet when he's out. Because I'll give him money. I'll support him. I want BitBoy back. I want to be the next TJ. I want to buy a piece of BitBoy. I'd actually buy a piece of BitBoy. If BitBoy said I want 50 grand for 10% of my company, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll give you it. A startup capital, no problem. I'll give him 50 grand. But BitBoy, when he gets out, will be rich anyway because he's not being able to fuck up his bags while he's being in prison. So he won't have been able to make any mistakes. His leverage links will still be paying him while he's in there. So he'll come out to 6 months, 12 months worth of income when he eventually does get out. And he'll come out to a few $100,000 and he'll be back. He'll be back on number one pretty quickly. I hope he doesn't go on a revenge arc and just never. He needs to just let it go and just embrace the content. Yeah. What's the most loss you've been in, and where you have recovered in profit? Probably 1 or 2 million. Generally, when it's gone above that, I've completely ballsed it and lost everything. Next bear market might be the last time under 100K. Yeah, probably. Crypto used to be so much more of a culture. Now it's kind of boring. No, it is. And it's the culture that's fun. And that's kind of what we're missing in this bull market. It needs one of us to start making videos about other people in the industry. That's what it needs. If you ever fancied a career in crypto and you think that you can do it to a good standard, but you need to pump them out like every 2 or 3 days, whoever did that, just making funny videos about people, like Doug Polk used to do, it was really funny. And Crypto Daily used to do, but then Crypto Daily stole like 3 or 4 million quid off Mr. Christoph and then disappeared and just deleted everything. Crypto Daily's just like wiped off the face of the earth. He's Israeli, by the way. What's the most loss you have been in? Oh, you already had that one. Have you seen his recent photo? Don't know who. Oh, BitBoy. Yeah, we already had that on the stream. Trump is the new BitBoy. I call conspiracy. Trump has BitBoy's soul in there somewhere, doesn't he? Trump's definitely on meth. BitBoy redemption arc. Yes, it'll come. What? Shall I start doing crack? I mean, your videos would definitely be more entertaining. We would all definitely have a lot more fun watching anybody use crack and make videos. It is a really good combination for an entertaining video. If you want to make good videos, start doing crack. For me, I have I have this on my desk. Can anyone guess what this is? This is needing to be dumped back into the slush machine, because I put a bunch of Monster in my slush machine today with a bunch of Blue Vimto, and I made Blue Vimto drinking crack, which is great for doing a live stream. It really gives you that pep. Yes, I had problems with my kidneys because of the energy drinks, and yes, I shouldn't drink them, which is why I hammer these things, just to flush it out as fast as I can. But for doing YouTube, you need a stimulant. Like to do how long are we on for now? 3.5 hours of just constant talking. Apart from the hours break that I had for the Fed, 3.5 hours of just constantly going at it, talking to a screen, talking to nobody essentially. You need some stimulant in your system. You don't want to use anything that's in a powdered form, because that'll get you in trouble and it'll probably lead to problems later down the line. So then you've got a choice of energy drinks or coffee. Coffee, you crash on it too much, and energy drinks is built for sport. But I'd consider streaming kind of a sport, because you've got to keep going and going and going. So it's kind of like pre-workout, yeah. But then you don't want pre-workout streaming. You know the shivers that you get after a pre-workout? That'd be awful for streaming. You'd feel like you're probably gacked out, and it'd be horrible. I like gin and green apple Monster. For a stream, Christ, no alcohol. You can't be drinking. We've learned from this one. We don't drink alcohol on streams. We've tried it. You fall asleep. Your brain starts going after about half an hour, because the thing is, when you're drinking, it's fine. You can talk to other people that's drunk, but if you're the drunk one that's streaming and no one else is drunk that's watching, you kind of just end up looking like BitBoy during like one of his episodes. So, yeah. Snus. Yeah, that's a good shout. Snus is a good shout. You could use powder for the sake of content. Yeah, but I've never tried any powdered drug in my life. And I will never try a powdered drug in my life until I get older. When I am, like, I always say that when I'm like 70 or whatever, and it doesn't really matter anymore, as long as I can afford it, I think I might start doing heroin. I just fancy it, but like, not while I'm young and healthy. But when I'm old, and I'm like 70, I might start doing heroin. Just for fun. Probably smoke it, because then you don't have to get all the needles and stuff like that. I'll look into it, see what the healthiest way is, and I'll probably get some good pure stuff. So long as I can afford it, because the thing is, to know that you're going to do heroin, you have to kind of plan that out, because you need to be able to afford it for at least, if you're 70, 20 years. So you need to be able to afford 20 years of heroin, because you might die when you're 90. But I do fancy to try it at some point in time. They gave me morphine in the hospital. It was fantastic. But, yeah. But the powdered stuff, no, we don't touch that. Powdered stuff's bad. Every time one of my friends has done any kind of powdered substance, they just become a cunt, is the best way of describing them. There's nothing cool about shoving some powder in your nose. It doesn't make you a better person. It doesn't increase the way that you enjoyed your evening. If anything, it makes it worse because you become more stressed, your heart rate increases, your eyes go all weird, your jaw starts swinging. You just become a bit of a knob. So, yeah, Oh, Ladislav's in the chat. Try LSD on stream. Now, that again sounds like a bad idea. I'm drinking C4 now. Have you ever watched Cryptozyros? He used to drink on streams. No, I don't watch Cryptozyros. MDX Skinhead's stream was good. When he falls asleep was priceless. Yeah, I fell asleep on a stream, didn't I? When I stayed up all night one time. Fell asleep on the stream. Drop a like on this stream, by the way, if you've not already, and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Still got 251 people in here and 274 likes, so let's get them numbers up. Gandalf the Brown. Mushrooms. Never tried them. Would definitely try mushrooms. You can legally buy them in Canada, and I've seen the shops there. I just... I don't know what to ask for if I go in. Could I get... one mushroom, please. The problem is you've got to go in there and you've got to order some penis envy. And I don't want to ask for penis envy. But if you ever wonder, like in Toronto, there's a bunch of shops called Shroomies in Toronto. There's loads of them, like 20 shops in Toronto called Shroomies, and you can buy magic mushrooms at them. I remember MDX wasted and falling asleep on a stream for ages. Yeah. He used to do that. He used to drunk stream all the time, didn't he? Wait until you get old and you will change your mind. Well, I'm sure I will do. Much as I'll probably believe in God by the time I'm about to die. I don't currently, but maybe in the future. You know what they say, God will forgive you for any kind of sin. So it's fine. I'll just not believe my whole life. And then when it comes to the end of it, I'll start believing. What we really mean is just say no to drugs. I mean, don't say no. Say, like, it depends which one. If it's weed, say yes. You'll have a better evening. But in general, say no. If it's powdered, say no. But there we go. Always liked soon you won't sleep at all. And chat is lagging, my jokes are not landing, says Ladislav. What happened in the UK to make you move? I had that loaded up here. Let me give it a second. Everyone always asks that question. Give me a second. I will show you what happened to me. This is what happened to me. This is Kent Police putting out a press release thing about it. He got picked up by the Daily Mail. I used to live in Sevenoaks. Some guys came to my house with guns and police vests and Nike Air Max. They spotted the cameras. They weren't wearing any kind of like hiding face equipment, and they ran off. And then I spotted them. My girlfriend went to go answer the door. We nearly answered to the door to them. I shouted down, "Do not answer that door," because I spotted them on the CCTV. I was like, "What the fuck's that? That looks sketchy. Why is police knocking on my door at 9 o'clock at night?" And yeah, then we got in the car and left that evening. And then they came back later that evening. But yeah, and they came there in a stolen vehicle. So God knows what they wanted from me. Whether they want me to tie me up, steal my money, don't know. They'd be very disappointed. I don't have any money there, so like good luck. But maybe they wanted the Bentley, I don't know. But they can't have that anymore because it's in Dubai and everything in Dubai is safe, so that's nice. But that's why I left England. God will humble your ass real quick. God will. And I'm from a family of some of them believe in God, some of them don't. I'd like to believe is the way that I think of it. But my problem with the whole God thing is, have you seen the state of Palestine? Have you seen the state of Earth in general? You're telling me that there is a God I don't see him. If he is, he's not very good, is he? He's a bit crap at his job. Just rubbish. Like, come on, man. God, you're a pathetic idiot. Like, why are you doing this? You don't need to do that. There's so much suffering. If there was a God, there'd be less suffering from my perspective. But then they go, oh, but it's the devil. Well, he can explain that, can't he, to me when I'm up there? And then he can tell me I need to go see the devil. But that could, I'd like to be able to believe. But the way I see it is, I'll believe about 10 seconds before I die. Because as a backup plan. I could see myself being more of a Buddhist, to be honest. I can get down with Buddhists, like the whole going like this and staring at a tree. That's more my thing. Not going to church and going, oh, like they're singing the hymns and shit like it. I had to do it for the first half of my life. I went to a Church of England school. I got it battered into me as a child. So naturally, the option is to go against it. Doing a Home Alone style scoping out before they went to take all my stuff. Yeah, maybe. But either way, they didn't get me, and I left the country that evening. Or rather, I stayed at the Heathrow Airport Hotel, and then I left the country the next morning. Speaking of, no, we don't need to get into that. We don't need to get in. That's not relevant. Yeah, scary to think what they would do. It's scary to think. Imagine what they've done. Like, imagine if they want £1 million. What about if I don't have what they want? That's the scary thing is, I actually don't, like when I go to England, I don't have any money with me. I might have a watch. That's it. It's 15 grand. Is 15 grand going to satisfy a man with a machete, dressed as a policeman with a gun in his pocket? No, he wants more than that. That's why he's come prepared. So, yeah. And now when I go to England, I have security, which is so sad. I shouldn't need security to go home, but I do. So I have to have 24/7 security when I go back. Right, we are in a profit on this now. We could probably get rid. Problem is the fee means that we don't actually make a profit overall. I kind of half fancy it going back down to here, to be honest. We'll hold out a little bit, see what happens. What's my opinion about Muslims? I like them. I have no problem. I don't care if you are or if you're not something. Much as I believe that you should have the right to turn your penis inside out and call yourself a woman. That's not on me to decide whether you can or can't do that. And I believe in freedom. And I very much believe that with the politics of today, it's changing. So you have all these kids and stuff, and they don't believe in freedom. They don't want freedom. They want a man. They want autocracy. They want somebody to tell them what to do. I'm in crypto because I'm a libertarian. I believe in free money. I believe in freedom. I don't want anyone to tell me what to do. If I want to turn my penis inside out and call myself a woman, I will do that. I don't, but I believe that people should have the right to do what they want to do. It's their life, not yours. Much as if you want to have an abortion, it's freedom. Abortion is a freedom. So with everything, any kind, you should be allowed to do what you want as long as it doesn't affect others. That's where I stand on every single issue. But you shouldn't get annoyed at that as well. That's like, if you get annoyed at that, come on. You're like Mr. Authoritarian over there, getting all annoyed that someone has an opinion. Oh, God forbid everyone will have an opinion. And they all go on about communism being bad. Like, you know how close Trump is to being a communist? Other than the right-wing politics, he shares so much in common with, like, Stalin and Chairman Mao. Like, the rules and stuff that he puts in, they're all very autocratic. And this is what generally you see from a socialist government. So what we actually more so have in America is National Socialism, which famously National Socialism is a pretty controversial thing. They might have done something bad at some stage, my National Socialists. So, yeah. We should all need security when we go out in Newcastle. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing as well. Like bouncers and stuff in England. Bouncers are just to like, beat you up. There's like you don't even need to be doing anything wrong, and they'll just beat you up and be like, "It's your fault." It's happened to me. But that before YouTube and everything. Like, well, I mean, I was still YouTube, but like, I was not many people following me or anything like that. No one cared. But yeah, the other thing that I have about England is in Thailand you can buy status, so you can buy people. I quite like that. I quite like a world where you can chuck a few quid and it gets you something a bit better. In England, you can't bribe people. I enjoy a bribe, a bit of corruption. It's not that bad. You know what they say. A bit of money helps grease the world and keep it turning. Your face too recognizable. That's why it could happen anywhere in the world to you, to be honest. I mean, I don't know what that's referencing, but I assume maybe getting robbed. Generally, wherever I go, I have security anyway. But also, most people would be disappointed if they came to rob me because I don't have anything. I don't carry anything with me. The only place where I have any valuables on me is generally in Dubai. And in Dubai, you're very safe. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to rob someone in front of a facial recognition camera. You're going to get 50 years in prison, man. You don't risk that. It's just not worth it. So, yeah, don't impose your beliefs on others. It's not on, like, even so much as you have a lot of people that complain about like full Muslim schools in England. I have no problem with that. Ultimately, we went to India many moons ago and we took a lot of wealth off them. We did teach them all English. And we were like, well, that seems fair. We took a lot of wealth off you, but at least we taught you English. And then at the end of it, we was like, all right, India, you can have it back. And by the way, here's this arbitrary line, and we're going to put all the Muslims in Pakistan. And by the way, you can sort that out yourselves. Bye. Oh, I wonder why there's problems. It's just like that. I don't want to get into the whole India-Pakistan thing, but I grew up with a lot of Pakistanis. I had no problem with Pakistanis, apart from they do drop a lot of litter. They never put stuff in the bin. Like, in my experience, they need, like, if it is your culture, please tell the people around you, put your stuff in the bin. Why do you just throw it on the floor? I've never seen one group of people so religiously just put rubbish on the floor. Why? There's a bin. Or just take it home with you. The floor is not the toilet, nor is it a bin. That's also stereotyping. But then, have you been to Bradford? I lived next to Bradford for a very long time. I used to go on Queen's Road and on King's Cross in Halifax all the time. Just look at the floor and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. How old am I? 29. My birthday today. Actually, it's not my birthday today anymore because it's now 1:34 a.m. in Dubai, so it's my birthday yesterday. But it's still technically today because I've not been to sleep yet. What's my opinion of Indians, Ladislav? You fucking idiot. I love India. It's a great country. I salute the Indians. I think that India and Pakistan all need to go and give each other a big hug and just like realize that Muslims and Christians are very similar, and the only difference is that I mean, you've both even got black Jesus, and Muhammad was black as well, or brown. Jesus was brown. They're both Middle Eastern. Why can't you just be friends? You even like the same area of Earth. I think Mecca's pretty close to Jerusalem, isn't it? I don't know a lot about this stuff. I'm just waffling. I'm going to get myself into bother in a second. But I don't mean to upset anybody. I apologize if I have. I'm not an educated person when it comes to RE or religious studies or whatever you want to call it. Don't clip this part, Issa. You don't need to clip this part. This part doesn't need clipping. This part can just fall into the abyss. Young man, how do you make all that money? I'm a religious gambler. So I pray to Bitcoin that it just gives me more money, and it sometimes does, and then sometimes it takes it away again. I could just eat a curry. I mean, Bradford is a dump. Yeah, Bradford is a dump. It's a horrible place. It's just the people there don't care about Bradford. So Bradford's got a terrible reputation. Right, we can close that for a profit. So we're going to get out of the ETH short there. So if we've closed that, we actually did turn a profit on the ETH short. So that's quite nice. We made about 300 quid on it. I'm sure I could make more if I held down to the blue line like I said I was going to do. But we don't always do what we say we're going to do. Use Street View on Google Maps in India and try find a patch of land without water bottles or random plastics. Okay. We could play that game. So everybody, we're going to play the game of... hold on a second. Let me get it up. So, we're playing the Indian Street View game. Oh, bloody hell. Where's my music gone? Oh, we came to the end of the 10-hour song. Never made it to the end before. So, here we go. Right. This is India. We're going to play the game of drop a pin and, or rather drop the man, the Street View man, anywhere in India and see if there's any rubbish. Does it count as rubbish that? I guess it's actually not a terrible place, but like, what's going on down here? It looks quite nice, to be fair, but what's this fella doing here in his little shack? Let's have a look. There's some horses or something down here. Well, they look like they're having a nice time. To be fair, that place kind of meets the bill. But we'll try again. See what else we find. So we found a man in his shack and his horses. Another one. It literally looks identical. Yeah, and this place has got rubbish all over the floor as well. You don't need to put rubbish on them. I mean, I suppose you don't have bins here, so it's more understandable. There's no, like, probably landfill or anything like that where they can put it, but still, the floor is not the right place, guys. That's a supermarket. Well, I want to see that supermarket. Well, they're all having a nice time. What's going on here? Right, let's back out of here and let's have another go again. We'll do the same in Thailand in a second and just see what the difference is. So you've been northern India, we'll go southern India. It is a difficult game, isn't it, to find it where there's no rubbish. Like, there's literally a pile of rubbish there. A bit further upstream, it's just covered. What can you expect? We'll do the same for Thailand in a second, just for a direct comparison of Thailand and India. And then we'll go back to Bitcoin. Be interesting to see what's happened in the meantime. Where is it? Philippines, Taiwan. Sure, it's there. It's Thailand. So we'll go for here. It's a nice big road. There's a bit of rubbish on the floor, but green. Lovely and green. But you know where I'm going to drop it next? I'm going to drop it in Phuket. Beautiful. Dropped in someone's driveway. That looks a very civilized place. Well, let's go away from Phuket and let's drop it in... What does this place look like? Koh Yao Noi. Lovely. It's just great, it's Thailand. Just a great place. I couldn't recommend it enough. I love it. It's very similar to India. It's just clean. When you get off the plane, you smell flowers. It's in Google Street Maps these days. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, look what you can get. Different planets. I want to see... There we go. Oh, cool. That's cool. I didn't realize we could do that. What, Mercury? Take us down Bangalore Road. We could go down Bangalore Road. But we're currently on Mercury. That's crazy, isn't it? Where's the sun gone? I think this is mad when you think... This is just out there, floating around in a circle. Anyway, we're going way off topic from crypto. Stick to crypto, they always say. Let's just stick to crypto. Get it all the time. Stick to crypto. You don't know anything. Stick to crypto. Koh Samui Airport is so pretty. Yes, Koh Samui Airport's great. I've got a video flying in from there. It's like India, just doesn't smell. I mean, Thailand's just a beautiful place. Shouldn't have cashed that when I cashed it, you know. Should have just left it. Tony Montana on Instagram is an American dev living in India. His clips are hilarious. Was that some kids playing in Kabaddi? I don't know anything about India. It's weird that the thing still lags though. It does make me wonder, how do I fix this as an issue? I think I have to go to a Windows computer. I think the solution might be to buy a Windows computer. And that makes me sad. Because I like Macs. But I think the solution is Windows. It's only lagging because of Google Maps. That's the only reason it's lagging. I told you, we're coming down to this blue line. Like, you want the short position. It's a $20 short position from here down to the blue line. At the blue line, we either bounce or we don't bounce. If we bounce off the blue line, get out. If we don't bounce at the blue line, it'll go down to here again. I get the feeling we're going to smash party everything and it's gonna really struggle. But do drop a like on today's stream if you haven't already. There's 209 people watching still, which is amazing. We've been going live for 4 hours. I might just wrap this up here, to be honest. It's 1:40 in the morning. Right, I'm going to wrap it up here, guys. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate all the comments and everything. And I will see you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody. Drop a like. Also, do make an account on Bluffin if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. It supports the channel. It helps Bluffin. It helps me. And gives me a budget so I don't have to sack everybody. Please join Crypto Saving Expert. Don't forget you get access to all the courses and everything within that. So you get access to all the courses. I've told you this like a billion times. You get it. Join Crypto Saving Expert. Use code ATH80. Go to this link. I'll drop it in the chat right now. It's £20 a month. Fill it out. Join the Discord. Get access to the thing. And also, if you don't already have Stonksy, Stonksy also has its own Discord group as well, where you can ask questions and stuff like that. But the main Discord currently that we're using is Crypto Saving Experts. But Stonksy, you want access to the tool that makes everybody so much money. Join it on a monthly plan. Use code TMG25. And I'm pretty sure if I click on... I'm just going to be a bit careful here because I don't know if it's going to pop up with any kind of sensitive information. But if I click on here, I'm just going to double check. I don't want to do that straight away. I can't be asked. It pops up with all this autofill information stuff first. But TMG25, I'm pretty sure it works on the monthly plan. If it don't work on the monthly plan, it definitely works on the annual plan. So check that out, TMG25 on Stonksy. And I will see you in a future video, which is tomorrow. Assuming that everything stays being okay with YouTube and nobody's videos get deleted. Thank you.